All right. We are back. Everybody is doing great. Having a good one. Back at it again with the mega builds. What's up, a thief? How's it going? What's up, Backwoods? Welcome in. You guys are having a good night. What's up, Off Grid? Build King, Build King. How's everybody doing? Did that post twice? What the? No tour? Yeah, not this week. We're doing Fridays. Tour Friday this week. Pinged you like 8 times? It did twice for some reason. That's what I'm seeing. Not 8. You control yourself. What's up, Rock Me? Yeah, we'll be doing tours Friday this week. Just couldn't make it happen Tuesday. Doing good. Build's starting to look crazy. It's starting to look like something. I did a little bit of work off stream, not a whole lot. Just reorganize. I did a little bit of difference here. I didn't like the way it was like lining up with this pattern we had going on. Swap those instead of just mushroom vertical half walls. I just threw some pumpkin pillars in there. What's up, hot sauce? Oh no. So nothing too crazy. I've just been cleaning things up because I had a big old mess. A big old mess. What's up, Alfredo? Tune in for sure. Sounds good. Sounds good, Cash. What's up, Action? How's it going, man? Been a little bit. Tiny himself, he wants you to do a BCW fight. Is that his, what's it called? Backyard something or other. Backyard, what is it called? I thought I saw it. Championship Wrestling. There you go. There you go. PvP. I'm not very good. I'm not very good at PvP, but I wouldn't hate giving it a shot, I guess. I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? Doing good, Action. Doing good. Gathering mats like crazy to give your base some texture. Inspired you? Let's go. Talking about mess, I dropped a whole wall section. Stem lag? Dude, seriously. I'm so happy. Compared to my old base, this base is so, like, not laggy yet. Now, I mean, we have a lot to do still, but I think not having stem pallets everywhere is making a huge difference. I think stem pallets are really laggy right now for some reason. Do I miss the stash? A little bit. I don't miss having dog hair in my mouth all the time, so there's that. That's a big positive. But I can't decide if I want it back, if I want it or not. I don't know yet. I can't decide. It's a tough decision. And it's not like, oh, if I start growing it tomorrow, like, it'll be back. Like, it's a process to get it back. It's a serious process. What's up, Travis? Welcome in. I look like a college baseball player. Definitely didn't play baseball in college. Wrestling match and whips out a staff to hit him with stupefy. Stupefy. Impedimenta. Just win. Game over. GG. Let's make it daytime. I'm filling up 15 large stem pallets right now. I had like let's see. If it was three tall, and then if I'm picturing it in my head, it was like 3 by 10 or 15 pallets long, and I had 2 of those. So I had like 60 stem pallets, easily 60 stem pallets at the other base, and then I also had another 16 to 20 grass pallets. Like, I had so many pallets. So I mean, it was like 60 to 80 easily of just pallets at the last base, because I mean, that's all you could build with, right? So it's kind of the struggle was that was the only option. So since there was no other option, it's not like I could just go use some mushroom instead. Wish we could flip that. Trying to mess with these, just all the little items we have. I don't know. Welcome in, Sean. We're playing around with playgrounds, PTB. Not overly impressed. How so? I haven't touched it. I haven't touched the PTB, so I don't know a whole lot about it. I saw a bit of the casually grounded. Of course, I wasn't able to sit through the whole thing that day. I was really busy with work. But I saw see-through and Chris messing around, and the shrinking of the buggies alone looked like the funniest thing in the world to me. Like, looked like a massive good time. Pallet house is like 22 stem and 14 grass. Yeah. Like the look of the big pallets. The big pallets are so nice. Yeah. Do I mind explaining the build? Yeah. So we're doing like a mega tower. So essentially, instead of like a big sprawling base, I'm going to build more of a vertical base is the whole goal. I haven't really seen any massive towers in the game other than bounce web towers. Like, no one's really built like a super tall, crazy base. So I thought, hey, that'd be kind of fun. I built some towers in the last game that, outside of my one, if you haven't watched the sandbox tower, sandbox castle tour, this will make no sense, but the crafting area in the sandbox castle was I just really liked the look of that base. I liked the whole concept of it. Just like a really vertical tower with a lot of stuff in it. Really functional. The verticality worked really well with how the like pallets, or how the chests all interacted and stuff. So I was a big fan of that. And then my mega tower in the middle of it didn't really have anything in it, since it was just going over the sandcastle. So although it was a really cool tower, it didn't have much functionality in it. And so I wanted to mess with some function in a tower and seeing what we could do. It's a lot, yeah, off grid. That's a lot of stems. So the idea being, one, this was like a perfect spot where it's not huge, so you have to build up to get all the space. But the idea is going to be just sort of like a main atrium area here with like maybe a cool chandelier or something. We'll have stairs and like mezzanine type space, so like some cool open type loft, I guess is another way to say it if you don't know what mezzanines are. Loft space in here that'll be a couple things tall, and then we'll do crafting and storage above that, and then I don't know how it's all going to organize necessarily, but from there we will do a bug museum, an art museum, an armory, a subscribers hall sort of thing, and we'll just like stack these things up tons and tons and tons of floors and just see how we can design them. And we'll see what happens. Not totally sure the whole design of it yet, but kind of just a mega tower with everything in the game put in it. Living quarters, of course, in some spot. Maybe that'll just be the penthouse. The very top of it will be like a big living quarters bedroom. So we'll have like a big... You didn't see Felix's base tour. He did these really nice bounce web elevators. So I kind of want to try to copy his bounce web elevators, at least just the efficiency of them and how you can, like, it shoots you out to each floor or something. So there's a possibility that, like, from here over, it'll just be like, oh, this is to the storage room, and then this is to the penthouse, and then this is to the armory, and the museum, and the bug display, and the subscribers hall, and so on and so forth, and on and on and on. And just have, like, individual ones for everything, single thing for it. Be kind of an interesting way to do it. Interesting thing to mess with the vertical and not make it so it's just, like, tons and tons of stairs, too. Which will be nice. We'll have some stairs, but I don't know if it'd be stairs all the way to the top. And then you, like, fall down a big tower or something. What do you do the designs on the floor? It's just a mushroom pillar. And then these new curved curved burr floors. And you just kind of spin them around until you like the design. There's a lot of options of how you can lay these things out. They are very interesting. They're a lot of fun. And then there's just lights. As you can kind of see, there's just lights on the pillars down inside of them. Fairly simple. They add the pagoda into the pond. Would you build in it? I would be down. I'd be down to do that. Be a fun one. I doubt they're going to add, like, an exact copy, though. There was the pond originally had this, like, really cool fountain in it, which is where I wanted to build. But, of course, that hasn't come for a while, so no rush on that side. Was wondering if I shared a world with you pre-PTB and then jumped into the PTB, would that affect the world I shared with you since you won't be in? I'm curious myself. I don't actually know. We're going to test that with Ducky's base because he's most likely up on Friday. And he's gone into the PTB. I think there are changes. If I'm not mistaken, the ceiling has been removed from the game in survival and in playground, so you can build as high as you want now. So there's no more height restrictions. So I'm thinking it might affect. It might make it so I'm not able to, but I really don't know. Would like to do a BCW fight. Hit up Tiny, needs people for fights. Yeah, I'll let him know. Hard part is his streams are typically on times where I can't do it, is the issue. He normally streams earlier in the day when I'm working. Really wish they gave us that pieces that make the front above your door possible instead of have to use the lamp in the world. What do you mean? Welcome in, Bear, by the way. Like this? Which part? Or like this? Just that. Because technically this is all possible. The only thing we're doing is clipping these two pieces into each other. But you could still make it look like that. It would just be wider, I guess. Instead of a big base build, I'm challenging myself to build a village where each family serves a purpose. Kind of challenging. That's a cool challenge, though. I'm going to be building a village out of this, too. So we'll have the main castle, and then we'll build a village out through all of this. And like a night market underground over here. Sort of a tiered city. It won't be like a massive village, but we'll have a little village in here. Maybe it'll sprawl out onto that stuff. It'll sprawl into the trees over here, or the bushes over here as well. Cash, this doesn't require any off-grid building for the floor, by the way. This is fully normal building. This is just my pillar. You could build these pillars. The hard part's building your floor to account for this much height. But yeah, there's nothing off-grid about this. The only things that are currently off-grid in this build are these pumpkin pieces and these little jut-outs, which are just... You could do it very similar without it being off-grid. Because this is on-grid. There's not a whole lot that's off-grid yet. It'll get there. But yeah, like all this is on-grid, all this is on-grid. Most of this is on-grid. Oh, the metal sticking out? Yeah, these things are pretty cool. That's specifically why I like this area. I thought it was a fun little addition to add in some way. Would be nice, though. Is there a way to share playgrounds or build them with other people? I think you can play multiplayer. I don't know in PTB how sharing and stuff works, but once it's out of the PTB, you can 100% share them. They had in the first game, you can post them to like an online server sort of thing or whatever. So anyone with the code can join. Like you can post it and people can go look for maps and find yours on this online platform. I swear there's like a cricket stuck in here somewhere, or not a cricket, a cockroach nymph. I can't figure out. Been bouncing from grounded 1 and grounded 2. Yeah, it is fun. I did see your like hexagon thing backwoods. It's gonna be a process. Can't upload them to computer. Yeah. Yeah, you may not be able to upload them to the community browser or whatever they're actually calling it, but yes, you will be able to upload them. Like if you go into Grounded 1, if you have it, it's literally like an interface built into the game. And so you can just scroll through every map that's been posted on there. So you're telling me there's a chance. Yes, yes. Glad they did add multiplayer for Playgrounds. But yeah, Eric and See-Through played together on 1, so you can definitely do multiplayer. You can also look for people to help on the Grounded Discord. Whoa. What the? We just got neuralized. Like in Men in Black, dude. Looks like concrete parts of a building like that. Like an exhaust and a massive duct system. Yeah, definitely really cool. Thank you for the follow, Praise. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, they're really fun. I don't know. I'm really happy that there's no like hitbox in this thing. It really makes it work well. Very happy that that it was so simple. Oops. I'm doing good as well. Just kind of figuring out some mega builds, you know. Why is that floating? I'm not gonna complain. It's okay with me. Wish I could duck under it, though. So tonight, we're just kind of continuing on the whole thing. Nothing too insane. I have some ideas for how I want to start, like, carving into this wall. So we'll sort of start messing with that, potentially. We may have to start the bounce web elevator sooner than later. I don't know. And then we got to kind of get the main box started here, so we'll just start building these walls up little by little as well, because until I have the like main structure sort of built up, because the whole thing is going to be like sort of a central core going all the way up, and then it's going to like tier down to that level. So we kind of have to decide how big the main square is going to be, so we know how much room we can tier back to, so we don't like get to the top and have like no space inside. Because this is a decent amount of space, but it very quickly will run out of space if we go too crazy. Does the light come on at night? I think it kind of does, but I don't think it puts that much light out. I don't think we're gonna really be able to tell until this entire thing is enclosed, though. Discord think's broken? I swear that thing breaks daily. No matter how you set it up, it never works for long. I don't know why. Even if you set it up as like this should work forever, it just never does. Doesn't hope they add lights. Dang it. Does add the lights that'll light up, and if so, we'll cover it up. I hope it does. I know there's some lights, like the lamppost that we were building in, though that lights up, and they adjusted that, so I hope that it does. That was kind of the goal, was to have this big light on the inside. If it doesn't work out, we'll just make it a cool feature in some way, but sort of my current hope is that it works. Yeah, I hope they turn up the brightness as well. Because it looks like it's lit up. But it's really hard to tell if it actually does or not. As of right now, I don't think it lights up a whole lot. But the lamppost light didn't work very well in the beginning either, so you never quite know what they're gonna do. We need to build these. Where's my algae? Some kind of nuclear-looking lab right above or behind the lamp would make for a cool lore on why this tower is literally the heart or energy of the city. That could be interesting for sure. That's one thing. That's like the hardest thing coming from this Enshrouded build competition is I've been building very, very lore-based in Enshrouded and like creating this whole story. So now it's like, but I had a reason to, which made it really fun. And now I'm like, okay, I'm building in Grounded. There's no competition. There's no theme or goal. It's just what I want to do. So how do I want this to work? Is like the constant struggle of the base. Dang it. Need another buddy. Can't wait to see me in Playgrounds. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never had a good idea for what to build in Playgrounds is my only thing. Doesn't necessarily mean I won't build in Playgrounds, but I need like a purpose. It's like, that's the easiest part about survival, is the whole point is to build a base that like functions. Coming up with the lore of my village is really helping the build planning. Yeah, it makes a huge, huge difference. Yoke tower build? Yeah, it definitely is. That's a good way to describe it. Get in the hole. Ouch. Some floors. And lint, apparently. Yeah, lore makes a huge, huge difference when you're building. Just like giving yourself a reason for why everything is what it is makes a really big difference. Was like the most fun part of this whole Enshrouded build competition. Does kind of look like some sort of heat sink from the front. Yeah, it's very possible. I don't know what I don't know how to work with it yet. There's a 2-year-old coming. I love how you speak clearly and well articulated. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm always happy to not sound like a complete moron. Years of architectural studio will do that for you. To figure out how we want to detail each of these sides too. Gotta think of that as well while we're doing all this. Hypernog had a good approach of Playgrounds, going in and just building everything they have to get some ideas. Ended up with a lot of ideas. Owl's moving castle on a snail was my favorite. I haven't seen much of his stuff. I've seen a little bit of his content, but he's a little bit of a newer content creator, so I don't know him that well yet. And he kind of does everything. So it's hard to follow everything he's doing at a given time. Good to be honest, be off for now. Enjoy this, do enjoy the stream. Sounds good, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. We'll catch you on the next one, hopefully. Finishing my first playground, then jumping in on the playground 2.0. It should be fun. The first thing I saw with See-Through and Eric was their whole little, like, racetrack thing. And I was like, you know, one of my favorite things ever was Halo Forged. They had... You could make, like, mongoose and warthog tracks. And that was, like, one of the most fun freaking things of my life. I loved building racetracks. Now, it doesn't quite work the same in a game where you can't make, like, crazy shapes and stuff. But a super speed mini ladybug racetrack would be very fun. You could, like, Mario Kart race with your friends in Grounded. Since he's in here, I'll turn that on. Go. He's pretty yoked. Did you have what? What, Ducky? Who? What? Made a Halo playground and it was cool? That would be fun. You have buggy racing? Yeah. And they're adding buggy racing to the game in some way, shape, or form. So, I mean, that's something that is coming anyways. So, I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Halls? I can't stay long. Go to sleep. Pretty sick. Husband is 2 now. Oh, that's horrible. Feel better soon. Thanks for saying hi, though. Always appreciate it. So I want to get this lined up pretty close. I think. Kind of thinking through how this plan was all going to work. Pretty much dead on. Is that how I want it, or do we want it a little further apart? Night, you're out. Sounds good. Vote for a Crash Team racing track. Yeah, that would be pretty fun. Maybe just a hair back. Just a skosh. Sorry you can't chill out and stream. I want to stop by and say hi and bail faster than my ex-wife. Sounds good. Sounds good. Dino. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks for saying hi. You like doing structures, then adding interactive stuff in playgrounds? Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. I'm really interested to see where it all goes this time around. There was so much potential in the first game that just never really got realized, you know? Because it came out too late. The game was just... The hype was lost by the time that it came out in the first game. So it was like, too little, too late. It's kind of sad. So I'm very glad that they're adding it in really early this go. It's one of those things that the game needed. Like, if we're not getting mod support, the game really needs something like that. But it opens up a lot of interesting ideas and fun opportunity. Wait, wrong one. Hope they give us a 2.0 variance of all the old building walls like stems, grass, and ash. I hope we get ash, that's for sure. We'll definitely get some good stuff. I'm not too worried about it. From what I've seen so far, we're gonna get some cool things. I'm not afraid. I have a lot of confidence from what I've seen so far. So I'm kind of thinking of like multi-layering these walls. This is where like all the off-grid is going to come in here. It's all just going to be details this go around. So we'll have multi-layered walls and stuff. Gonna be a lot of depth, I think, is the main goal. Ash is in creative in the oven. So far, Nog showed it I reckon ash, cement, 2.9. I sure hope we get it soon, too. That was like one of my favorite materials to build with. That and mushroom were just, they were so good. It was such a good combo. Clay and pebble style rock brick walls. That would be freaking awesome. I've been preaching that one since the first game. I was like, give us a pebble wall so we can make like stone structures. It's like we have the foundations. Just turn it into a wall block and we're set. Make it, it would make such a big difference really quickly. Go up one. Okay. Jump. Oops. What am I doing? It's already night. Yeah, more floors would be really nice too. There's definitely not enough floor options. Ash cement floors. You scared me, Chip. Don't do that. When would your tour be? What do you mean? My tour? Whose tour? Are you talking to Pasta or me? What's up, Grim? You ever get to talk to devs? I haven't in Grounded 2 a whole lot. I have a decent line of communication with Eric, though, if I ever want to talk about things. I've been on the Casually Grounded and Grounded 1. And if they have questions about mega build stuff and those sort of things, I've had some of the devs like reach out and ask if like the community could send them world saves and stuff like that. So there's a small amount of communication. I won't say I have like an in or anything. Nothing special. Messing a lot. Been messing a lot more with layers since you started building this. All on one grid, but still baby steps. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of it without off-grid. Like, everything you see right now absolutely does not need a second grid or anything. You could build these very easily, but I'm wanting to push this really far as, like, a fun new thing I haven't really done before. Since... Hey, give me that. Since in the, my other bases off-grid was more about, like, rotating things and creating, like, an entire base. Whereas, I haven't done a whole lot of this layering and texturing, I think, which is going to be an interesting new way to think about the details on a higher level. It's sort of like the pagoda with the cement sort of concrete visual look where there was multiple layers, but built in a way that it's not using, like, an asset for the whole thing. Yeah, Pasta's on the list. I guess it just... Pasta's tour is... Where is he? My Excel sheet. He would probably be next on Tuesday, not Friday, most likely. Brain work. This would be like here, maybe. Little closer. This is where it's going to get a pain, getting this to get on the right thing. It's close. We're almost there. Maybe. Yes. No. Maybe so. Oh, that was almost it. Get in your home. Supporting a bunch of lamps. almost did it. Do this. Get in there. Go. Then, yeah, that'll work. Handy max out here. I wish I had a handy gnat. That would be much easier. Want them to add a way to destroy all blueprints in the world. I have some stuck entries. It doesn't do everything, but game repair, cancel nearby ones will destroy anything close. You have to move around a lot, but it'll destroy anything in those trees as long as you can get close to them. Usually if you can see the icon that, like, if you can see this, you can get them destroyed pretty easily. You tried? Oh, that's annoying. The frustration is real. It is sometimes. Jeez. Did not realize how freaking loud. Forgot I set all my things different. That scared the crap out of me. I turned all my stuff down because I was recording. Holy cow, that scared the crap out of me. Whew. Mini heart attack. I turned the volume up because I was like, oh, the sounds are so low, and I forgot that's not one of the sounds that got turned down. BTB is only 2 weeks, so if you're going to next week, you can just wait one more. Yeah, that's true. Want a blueprint locator? I have blueprints up where I don't remember for bases. That could be cool, right? Doing a weapon wall with checkerboard of pumpkin quarter walls and mushroom quarter walls. Yeah, I've seen some cool... We did a base review that did just a checker pattern that looked really nice. It was a really nice little detail. Did they give you the handy net in the first grounded and survival? Not in survival necessarily. They gave it to you in custom. So you could still play survival. You just had to change your game to custom, which meant you couldn't get achievements anymore, which I couldn't care less about. Achievements are boring. My builds are the achievements that I care about. So I played in the first grounded after the 1.2 update when they added the wasps. I started playing in custom, which was really nice. I freaking loved it. Highly, highly suggested for people who are, once we get custom, that I will immediately be going to that. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking for the walls. Like, I don't know if this is the necessary... This is not necessarily the pattern we're going to end up with, but this is sort of what I'm thinking. Lots of depth. And yes, in New Game +1, you got the handy net automatically. That was just way later in the game after I had already built a ton. Okay, I need something to support this. Build it to the ground, maybe. Camera's down. I shared my world. I haven't opened it in PTB, but I'm in PTB, so if you would like to test real quick, you can. Yeah, we can give it a shot. The main thing is they definitely changed some stuff. They definitely changed a few things in survival, so it's very possible that we will not be able to do anything with it. Who's missing? Right, one sec. Would you ever do free builds in custom and keep your other survival stuff on? I just want to see a timber with no limits build. I don't know if I have any interest in like free builds. The thing is if you look how many materials I have, the only thing that's stopping us from like free builds is the handy net. Outside of that, like we have pretty much complete customization. So it's not looking good, Pasta. It's not looking good. Is this it? Funny goobers? Playgrounds is custom. You just have to start over. Yeah, I prefer the survival grind pretty much. I guess that's the thing. If you're not opening it, this is fine. Let's see. Yeah, like everyone. Yeah. So if you, oops. What's up, chap? So Ducky, is what's happening? You just haven't opened your world at all? Is that what you're saying? So you're on the PTB, Ducky. You're just not. You just haven't opened this world yet. Yeah, you haven't opened it. So that's the key. So if you open your save at all, once you're in the PTB, I won't be able to join it. Like you can see, everyone else's worlds are not currently allowing me to. No, we're saving it, Ducky. Don't get excited. But Alfredo, custom is still survival. It's not creative. Custom just allows you to, so like once this becomes an option, it allows you to essentially turn on the options you want. So all I ever did was I turned the handy net on, and then I turned up the resource respawn rate, which really only affects like lint. It affected like Everchar, those sort of things. I made the day rate longer, so the nights were shorter as well. So essentially, I just sped up resource spawn times was the main thing. And backpack items drop on death. I do that too, because I hate when my backpack drops. But other than that, and menu game, this too. This is a good setting. Other than that, I leave everything the same. So it's creative because you get the handy net, but it's without the frustrating parts that are like, yeah, really annoying little things. It just makes survival a little bit more bearable when you're building really, really big. Is all. But I don't know. I to do playgrounds, I have to come up with like an idea that I actually am interested in. Is the hard part. It always is. That's always been my struggle. Is like, what do I want to build? Why are these not supported then? This should all be supported. I do this maybe? Ah, there we go. Had to get that support. Excited for... What's up, Noble Peasant? Why do I look different? Take a guess. Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're doing good. Excited for New Game Plus if and when it comes. I have a feeling we'll get it, but I mean, obviously it's not going to be soon. By any means. We got to get 1.0 and then whatever the heck they come up with. Outside of that, it's going to be a long time, I think. A very, very long time. How's the build going? Really good. Really good. We got some ideas going now. We're sort of getting to that point where things are starting to come together. Just starting to get into, like, the detail work of how I'm going to start making this thing happen. Lots of layering is my current goal. Make an arena to host Pirates Fight Nights. Yeah, that would be a good one. That would be perfect for something with him. Get in there. This is why I need the handy net. This stuff would come together so fast. It's so much easier to mess with ideas really quickly when you have the handy net, is like the main perk of it. Stuff goes together really slow when you're trying to jump and build it all. Especially a tower was probably not the easiest decision to make. We'll make it happen. We'll make it work, but it is not a fast process by any means. Your hair, right? Yeah, a certain type of hair. A certain type of hair looks different. Themes are harder to come up with in Grounded than other games. It's a strong theme already. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of pre-conceived sort of style in a lot of the pieces, I think, is part of it. But it has a little bit less freedom in some ways. The style is already very imprinted in the game. Where's my pumpkin? Looking awesome so far, thank you. We're just getting started, you know, but lots of fun stuff to come. It's gonna be an absolute nightmare to get this all copied to the other side too. The challenges. I definitely don't make them easy when I start coming up with ideas. And the hard part, this is the first rendition, so it's like this doesn't even necessarily mean that like this is the design that we're going with. This is just the first thing my brain's coming up with. It's like the X pattern. So this could all change. We don't know yet. 36 stream streak, let's go. You tend to pick a location and freeform your builds, or do you have everything planned out? It's definitely a combination. I look for a location that inspires the build. So like what I already loved about this location was that it felt like a really natural place to build a tower on, since it wasn't. I know a lot of people are going to say this is a large area, but for a mega build, this stone platform is not necessarily, like, compared to the sandcastle. This is a very small area compared to the sandcastle. There's a lot less space, so we're going to have to cram a lot more into a smaller space compared to the sandcastle. But I think that allows for higher detail in smaller areas, which I think will be pretty cool. But this immediately, to me, was like, oh, this is a cool place to build a tower, since we have to utilize more verticality than anything else in the space. So the idea starts with a tower, then I start looking at images from there, and I just kind of freeform the details and stuff, and the layouts and all of that. That all just kind of comes freeform afterwards. Down to work on a playground map for something, but probably not after to PTB words. Ugh. Just tune in. Did he say what happened to Tour Tuesday? Yeah, we're going to do Tour Tuesday on Friday this week. Sorry for the change. My wife had a friend come into town that she hasn't seen in quite a while. So I ended up watching our kiddo so she could go out with a friend. Uh-oh. So just a slight change in schedule this week is all. Tour Tuesdays will be back on their normal nights on Tuesday next week. If you're ever curious about streams and stuff, I do always post. If I'm going to stream, I'm always posting beforehand on my YouTube. So if you're ever curious, like when a stream's happening, if it's happening, what we're doing that night, make sure to check out my YouTube, because there will be a pre-linked live setup. I will always schedule that live, assuming nothing happens. But most of the time, if I can't make a new thumbnail or something, I'll just post a reused one or something for it. But I always try to like give everyone a heads up that I'm streaming. But if you want to know, follow along and see if I don't have one of those posted, the best place to check and see what's going on is the Discord that Ducky so kindly linked there. Yeah, the 1 tour Friday. And honestly, I had a really good time streaming Friday last week, so I don't necessarily mind it being on a Friday this week. I think it'll be fun. Ooh, I like that. I like that. So then build this up a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. The thumbnail stress is real. Yeah, it's a process. It takes time. And I think the thumbnails make a huge difference when you're doing live streams. If you have a really crappy thumbnail, like less people are just going to join. So I try to put, I'm not going to say it's a ton of effort. I have a simple system set up for mine, but it's always like, you got to get them edited. You got to come up with a name for it, get your description done. And I'm always working every day that I'm streaming. So it's like a combination of like, can I get it done in my lunch? Like I'm taking a lunch break and I'm like, oh, I gotta make a thumbnail for stream, and I'm always trying to try to make like a couple of them, but they're typically based on what we did in the last stream as well. So I can't really make the next one until we have the next like portion done. How do you have so many burr and lint? I have not answered that. It's just grinding, honestly. It's not like there's nothing special about it really. It is every day when I have a little free time, the main thing is cycle your day and nights constantly. As soon as 1800 hits, go to sleep. Unless you're getting raided, go to sleep. Because the fastest way to get them to respawn, which is the only way to get more, is to get the day and night. So it's like 5 endgame days, assuming that it hasn't changed, but I think it's 5 endgame days is how long it takes lint to respawn. So that is really all you can do. And then as soon, like always keep it is one of your search filters in the find resources. So as soon as they spawn, like I'm going to get lint every time I possibly can. 3 days? Okay, so it's 3 days in game. In Grounded 1, it was 5 days, so it was even harder. Look at the points. Did you do it? It doesn't show me your points. I've heard that burr isn't respawning properly for some people. Mine respawns constantly. Mine's like every day, it feels like. But I have a thing of burrs. I just go farm this. If this is like 156. Yeah, you did highlight it. Does that mean... Wait, you already did the... You already did the master builder, didn't you? Right? Didn't you do that one of the last streams? Yeah, I've got you on it. You're just saying you have a lot now so you can spam it because you don't have to save it. Burr feels like 12 hours. Yeah, Burr respawns really fast, so just like find... I think this location is currently the best for it. There is a decent amount of Burr over here. It's mostly weed stem. Sorry. Here, if you get the Burr in this area, it's pretty good. It's just really spread out, is all. But the fire pit is a good spot for Burr. If you're closer to that, then farm there. But for me, this is close enough that you can farm that almost every day. And just as long as you're cycling day and night, you can. That's like the only way you can farm a ton is by cycling the nights and stuff a ton. And it's just stay on top of it. It's really easy, like especially in the middle of a build, to get really distracted and just kind of forget about it. So you really just have to be like like it's like a religion. As ridiculous as that sounds. It's just get on, cycle day and nights. Sometimes I just like leave. If I gotta do something, I'll just leave it on for a little while so I can cycle the day and night faster. So I'll go to the bathroom and leave my computer on, and then I'll like cycle the day again, because that's the most time consuming part. And then in terms of lint, you get this lint, the stuff on the fertilizer bag, the stuff on the teddy bear, and then this stuff's all right. If you have a setup to farm this, it's not bad to get. And then make sure you should get the stuff on the picnic table as well. And I try to just do that every time I possibly can. Spot is awesome for burr. I've been struggling on lint and algae. Yeah, algae's really slow too. Algae is probably harder, arguably, right now, because there's a lot less of it. And we're going to start using a lot of it really quick, which is the crummy part. We're going to run out really fast, I think. It's going to be a quick decline in how much algae I have, because that's one thing I have not been very good at farming recently. I very quickly forget about it. Oh. But a lot of it's just remembering, staying on top of it is really all you can do. Yeah, you are, Master. I got you on the list. Heard that, but isn't responding properly for some people. I read that already. Yeah, if it's not responding for you, then report it as a bug as quickly as you can. Is really all you can do to the devs too. The more bug reports they get, the faster the stuff like that gets fixed. But I often find that a lot of stuff doesn't get reported to the devs very quickly, so it's really easy for them to not notice things. Because they're not putting thousands of hours into this game like we all are. So without us, they don't know. What's up, Sark? Welcome in. It's going good. Doing good. Algae ASAP before they fix the unlimited swimming bug. I mean, most of it, you don't even need to swim that far, but... Farm the spiky burr safely near you, your base behind the statue. There's a secret passage. I just jump off the edge. Helps me balance everything is we'll grind golds, then gather burr, then lint, then algae, then snake scales. Then go back to grinding golds. Yeah, I do the same thing, but instead of golds, I'm building. But same concept. I farm golds and stuff while I'm out running around too, though. Not that I'm getting any gold cards, but I have been trying to get gold cards. I have not had very good luck at all recently. Jump, Max, you... What is this? Since when can they not jump one full block anymore? Rude. Reminds me, we probably should go farm some algae because we're using a lot of it really quick. What do you mean a pong biome? Torpedo? What do you mean? Yeah, we're working on a mega tower, Sark. That is the current plan. Religion built on certain difficult materials and how people revolve their entire days as shrunken humans to the harvest of those materials. That's honestly, as sad as it is, that is the lore. It really is. Have 4 to 5 master builder slaves now and make them farm for you. I might have to think about it. But honestly, now that we have lint going, we're not looking bad. It's just, the hardest part is getting started on a mega build, because you never have enough materials once you first get going, but then very quickly you can get it. You get enough. It adds up. It was just like that first couple streams where I was like, we needed to build this entire floor, and I had just started farming lint. Like, it was just added, but now we're doing good. Trying to see how many weevil kills I can get without getting the gold card. That sounds like torture. Pond biome. Yeah, the pond biome would be really cool. I'm excited for that, and all the new stuff that they've kind of mentioned. The new, like, swimming 2.0 and stuff's gonna be really interesting. I'm really excited for that stuff. It'll be an interesting mixture. This, maybe we use this. It has a little less algae to it. It's gonna be an interesting balance using this new stuff, is like, how much of the green do I want showing? That actually, yeah, that looks better. The block sizes of the vertical walls are larger for some reason. They just look bigger. Looks better with that, with the triangles. We are gonna get attacked soon. 2,000 and yeah, I've had that. No worries, torpedo. I very much have I type too fast for my own good habit, so I get it. Half of getting good at streaming is learning how to understand what people are saying. That's a huge part of it. Because we all type fast because there's no consequences to spelling errors when you're typing in a stream. Yeah, you're gonna have unlimited weevil. You don't get teddy bears and stuff when you're in Chap's world. You get stuffed weevils, stuffed aphids. No gold card. Get over here, Chip. I need you to be a tank for me. Come back. I still don't have the frickin' crow. I might have to just go stand on this thing for days and just waste a day of my life trying to get that stupid gold card. I've never gotten close to the dang thing yet. So focused on watching you build that I didn't even see your dog's cam. Oh yeah, he's just chilling. He doesn't do a whole lot, but he's here. He's here for the vibes, you know. Kill him for sport. True. Well then that's easy. It's easy to not do it. Although, don't tell Crazy. He's obsessed with the Weevil King. A little war down here. No, I want to kill the boss. I need the gold card. Come back here. Here, chipping away. Might hit him eventually. Oh, there he is. Oh, good timing. Where are they going? What did they... They're just like, we don't really feel like fighting anymore. They're tired of, like, they're just minions that the mysterious stranger has just forced to farm. Destroying these waves of them. I do feel bad for them. They have to like think like we've lost thousands of soldiers to this psychopath's desire to fight me constantly. Where'd you come from? Come on. What are these ones even doing? It's just... Their orc devices are like wigging out right now. They don't even know what to do with themselves anymore. I got you, Chip. You're good. Weevil meat is good protein. Not if you never pick them up. Oh, there's one more. Chip, get in the game. Hey, Oozin, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. I've seen that you can pick these up and get the gold cards, but I'm not convinced yet. I've yet to get one, so... I keep getting off my buggy in the hopes that maybe I'll just get one anyways. The orc bugs are unionizing. That's what it feels like, dude. They're like, okay, we're not just gonna die for your stupid purpose anymore, alright? We have a life. We matter too. Literally 4, 6, and I'm on the arch small log stack near the trash can. The crow lands there. Log stack at 79, negative 32. Any closer, he lands somewhere else. Good to know. They definitely don't feel like they want you to get it. Whereas, like, the first game, it was so easy. I don't know why the range is so bad now. Reminds me, I think all the lint has spawned, so let's go get that while we can. Built a lean-to, a fridge, water catcher, and a fire pit on top of the podium to get the crow, but a faster way is, dang it, is to note where it lands in a certain spot and then load a few saves back so you get there. Oh, that would be smart. Make a save and then chill. It feels like it doesn't matter what I... Okay. It feels like it doesn't matter what I do. It just never is close to me. All I ever see is it flying off in the distance, if I notice it. It feels horrible. Feels bad, man. Respond to the mysterious stranger raids like people respond to a friend who needs help moving, but they all get pizza afterwards. Yeah, it's like, okay. Like, pizza's good, but also, it's like every time. Every time it's that. That's all. That's the only time I see the crow. Is that right there. Like, oh, it landed there in the morning and then it's gone. Could build a lean-to up on the scarecrow, though, I guess. That'd be maybe a good way to do it. You got the Orc Wasp gold card. I actually haven't even seen the Wasp drone yet. I have only seen the Orc Wasp. I think I killed one Wasp drone and then totally forgot to peep it, and that's the only one I don't have, other than the crow. I have everything else peeped, though. Gold cards? That's a different story. We're screwed. Give me some of that luck, right? Lagging hard. Me? I was saying early worm gets the bird peak. Yeah. I don't even think I'm going to get it. I actually have sat around just waiting, and it's never happened. No luck. Oh, my lint. No. It fell down. Go get that on the other side later. Stream's lagging? Let's see. Yeah, I'll take a note of that. Rock me. Flag. Yes, no, maybe so. On YouTube or Twitch? I guess is the other question. Guessing Twitch. Wife was saying they should add some man-made items around the park, like a dangly earring for a flail or a mini Allen Ranch sledgehammer. That would be pretty interesting. Twitch? I don't know. Couldn't tell you why. Seems like it looks alright. Could just be a... Oops. Just happening for a second as well. Looks alright. Ducky's got to get out of the basement because of the leg. Pork wasp is the only one you need for the mixer. It's rough. Sometimes it's a grind. Get around this thing. Sometimes it is a grind. Wait, where am I trying to go? I feel like I've memorized where all of these are located, and then I just totally forget how to get to each one randomly for no reason. The memory of a gnat. Oh yeah, that's you son of a gun. Chip! I was not pressing that direction. I hate when that happens. Jump. And top of my house, I don't know. The way lint is worth this hassle. I mean, when you're in it, Chip or Chap, it's sometimes you just got to go through it. It's horrible though. It's such a hassle. I hate it. It's a nice break at times, but this one specifically, I have like yelled. I've gotten so frustrated at this before. I don't get frustrated at grounded very often. Farming this, dude, I'm the worst right now too. Know of any blueberries in the garden location? I don't think so. I do hate farming this location though, but it's one of those like I feel like I need to get it. I will regret not having every piece of lint at some point. I always do. Oops. Well, that sucks. Now he's not here. No. Come back. Once you get this stuff set up, it's not horrible, but I was trying to... Why can't I get out of this? I was trying to build around here, and I ran out of materials. And I cried when I was up here, so I said, screw it, I'm not finishing it, I don't care anymore. Oh, that was dumb. We only have one left. Momentum. Get myself killed again. It's the price of it sometimes. Where'd you go? I don't want the woolly aphid. Where'd the other aphid go? I still need the gold card for aphids. There he is. Nope. Never any luck. Of course, now it shows up on here. Yeah, I go for like every single piece. I have a problem. There it is. You know you have a problem when you go for like one singular piece. You don't even bother with it? Yeah, I'm going to be using so much at some point though that I will regret it. If I don't have all of it. We'll get up to the second floor of this thing, and then all the lint that I have will be gone, and then it'll be like, oh, that's why he wanted all of it. Why do you need to know where blueberries are? By the way, Alfredo. saved my life. Yeah, I don't disagree with you guys. It is miserable. It is absolutely miserable. But sometimes you gotta do it. Sometimes life is about the things you don't want to do. You know? I'm justifying the pain, by the way, if you can't tell. I wish this didn't zoom in so much. Or you could, like, zoom... Oh, you can. I'm an idiot. Oh. Yeah, I wish you could zoom out further. That's what I'm saying. Wondering because I like building in that area and want to plant some more now that we can. I know a location outside of the garden area. I don't think there's any out here. There's one that's in my base. I was like, there's one right there? How's that? That's the one I'm growing. That's the best spot. There is a new blueberry place right there. Lint's like Pokemon, gotta catch them all. It really does feel that way. And as soon as you rest on your laurels and you don't get it, that's when you regret it every time. Not very good at PvP, but also effortless 360 no scopes and aphid with a magical staff. I would never. I get all the lint at the teddy bear, typically. That's the better one. And then the lint at the picnic table is really good, too. Don't freeze me. Broken in survival, too. Could be. I haven't needed to farm blueberry in a long time, so I haven't really been paying attention to it. Good, this didn't ruin the spawn, I was worried. Build a roof on here, I think. That almost gets over. Really close. We take our lint farming real serious here. Let me out. Please. You can cancel the chop. Is how you do that. Don't let the animation finish. Just press it. But it will, you can like cancel it too fast though if you do it. So you can like, if you press it too fast, this is also PC. That might be why it's easier. I don't know how it works on if you're playing on like Xbox. But you can block. It's not block cancel, but you just press it before the animation finishes and it resets it. It's not as fast, but you can do it on Xbox. Okay, good to know. Yeah, it's very quick on PC. How dare you go into the frickin' teddy bear? I need that. My name is Timber. It is actually a cheat code. The game recognizes that I have a chopping asset. And I get to cut faster because of it. Confusion, the resource scanner is broken in creative, so it's harder to see where they are. Yeah, I just figured that out, actually. That you can use the resource scanner that way. So, like last stream. What a noob. It does make it a lot easier to find, for sure. It's not a perfect system, but it is easier. My primitive wall is working. Luckily. Oh yeah, there is blueberries in that. I think there's blueberries in here that you can get, actually, Alfredo. If I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure there's some. And there is some in the teddy bear one too. There's not a lot, but there is a couple. Like, whoever put this lint piece here just wants to see the world burn. Like, why do they hate me? Yeah, because of the zoom of this, though, it is really difficult to see at times. So you almost have to use the map to figure out where it went, and then you use the little peeper. But it's not the most effective way. There it is. Come here, Chip. Let me up. I don't like being down here. Help me. Get me out of here. There's frickin' earwigs. They're not even worth farming the gold cards at this point. I hate them. That one's stuck in the bear. We're not getting that. Okay. To the picnic table! Drive by. That's like one of my favorite thing about the buggies is like there's just a random weevil or an aphid and I just take out my anger on it by running it over. I feel horrible, but I do kind of love it. Do I need to blow up potatoes? The bratwurst is not working. I think you need the sticky one. The splat burst. Is essentially the same thing. I don't know why it's technically like a higher tier. Couldn't tell you on that decision, but I think that's how it works. Just been making little shortcuts all over the map too. I don't really know if there's any... Is there any point to blowing up the potatoes though? It feels like a waste. Other than blowing up one to find the resource itself so you can have it. I don't think there's any point to it because you can just use the shovel and dig up the portions to get them to like plant them in the hydroponic patches. So. Angry mantis coming. Where's the snake? I need his scales. There he is. Oh, jeez. Chill. Attack! What did I hit? Get him. Yeah, I guess there is some caves behind some, but a lot of them are really, really close. See ya. Come on, Chip. It is pretty easy to get bombs in this game, though. There's a lot of ant eggs. Okay. No, don't chip, you doofus. If I would have fallen down there while you were fighting these stupid things. Alright. Stay. You have to stay right on the edge so I can get back out without going down the stupid path. Definitely need to be better about farming all of this. We're gonna run out really fast. Goes quickly. Too quickly. This just makes it easier to get out of the cave too. If you leave your buggy right there, but if they move, you're screwed. You have to go out the other way. Little hacks, you know. Wait, where'd he go? Come back here. Oh, it feels horrible. No luck. I need to make sure I keep algae on this, so I always remember to farm it. One day I'll get the gold card of the easiest bug to kill in the game. When, though? Couldn't tell you. Feels like never. Killed like 300 of them now. Never lucky. I still only have like 28 gold cards. It's been horrible. I've had horrible luck so far in Ground 2. Yeah. Like, look how laggy this base is. We aren't even, like, right next to this base in my FPS. I don't know if it quite shows for you guys, but my FPS feels horrible here. Anytime I get near this base, my FPS is, like, doo-doo. Feels like it looks better on OBS, but on my screen, it is horrific. I barely feel like I'm functioning over here. Like what? Do I need to go delete a bunch of pallets or something? That sounds lame. $460 Scorpion Juniors. Yeah, that sounds about right. Some of them are a grind. I've had... It took me 1,200 spiderlings in the first game. I knew he was going to do that. Yeah, literally 1,200 spiderlings in the first game. That one was miserable. I wonder if I should start picking these up. Maybe that would help with my FPS. There's a lot of dead bugs around here. I've also noticed that. I've had a really bad habit of just not picking anything up anymore because I don't need any of this, but this is definitely not helping with FPS lag. I also realized I was a complete moron the other day. I didn't realize that these were showing through the bottom. Bye. I was always like, I always go to farm this one, and then it disappears up top. And then I'm like, oh, that is up top. It just weirdly shows through both locations. And they placed it in a really weird spot. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of... This is a lot of bugs. I didn't realize I had this many dead spiderlings. Who'd have guessed? Wish the dead bugs would despawn. Yeah, they feel like they should. No, I need your gold card. Come back. Ah. Honestly, I'm surprised that they don't despawn eventually. Scorpion juniors are so spread out, and also in caves. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I still need. I think I have juniors. I still need the northern No, I need scorpion juniors and the scorpions. I have the scorplings. Is the only scorpion one I have so far. But, like, I don't want any more web fiber. Like, I have chests of web fiber at this point. So, I hate picking them all up. But I kill these things, like, every time I come over here because they're so annoying. I got, like, all sorts of junk. And it feels wrong to delete stuff as a hoarder, but my goal is just to have a chest of everything. Like, I don't need 6 chests of this. I do need the orb. Yeah, you go get him, Chip. I'll deal with this. I'll get the lint. You go be useful. Get that thing the heck away from me. Yep. What are you doing? Roll out. Got things to do, places to be, bud. Garbage to clean up, apparently. I guess I should stop littering. Should add a grappling hook that uses web fiber. Dude, that'd be sick. They should add everything. I want it all. Yeah, like, there's so many dead things. No wonder it's so FPS lag is so bad over here. There's so much crap. Okay, I have a problem. You'd think, like, hey, I'm gonna leave this graveyard of bodies. Don't mess with me, but no, they never learn. Oh my gosh. It's just a graveyard. This is horrible. What am I doing with my life? I'm part of the problem. I do need Might Fangs, though, to make bombs, so I guess that's one thing that's good. Where's that? Oh. Everyone counts. To the base. Decay timers would be a great crash prevention feature. Yeah, I think it would really help. I mean, I think a lot of people don't realize how much stuff they have sitting around. It's very easy to just have a huge amount of random crap sitting around in a spot like that. And everything helps. But I feel like in the first game things despawn better. There's times where I don't want things to necessarily despawn, but I think for the most part, like, anything on the ground should just despawn after a certain period of time. Outside of, like, your backpack. That's the only thing that I don't want to despawn. But especially, like, I think it's a bigger issue in this game because of things like mites and spiderlings, because you just run them over in your buggy constantly. So it's like this. Like, everywhere I go, I don't kill any of these things. These are all things that die from me just running them over with my buggy. And I'm not going to get off on my... Like, I'm not going to turn around to go pick up a spiderling while I'm sprinting. Mega built a cemetery at the picnic table by accident? Seriously. It's a reminder not to fight me. I also saw something... It spawned from a video that Mediocre Milton was complaining about. Like, he doesn't want to fight bugs and be aggroed by bugs. The best idea I've heard in a while in terms of, like, mutations and stuff is that the Apex Predator mutation should be something that when it's turned on, bugs flee from you. Other than, like, boss level. Except, like, bosses, maybe the Mantis. Like, except for, like, high-level aggro creatures, everything should run away from you when you have Apex Predator on. So you could turn it on and off and essentially make yourself, like, passive if you want it to be. But you have to, like, kill a certain amount of each bug or something like that. Like, there's a lot of ways to, like, make it work. But I was like, that would be a genius. And, like, what better use for Apex Predator? Like, it makes so much sense. The whole point is you're the scariest creature in the backyard. So why not make those things like run away from you? Game repair kills them. You're saying like the fixed bug locations? Oops. Is that the one you're talking about? Game repair? Okay. Come on, computer. Give me back on where I'm supposed to be. Actually pay money to get them red ants to leave me alone? Yeah, exactly. I think it would be... That would be a good one. I can't even do fixed bug locations right now. Who knows? Oh, as in an idea. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Anything that clears... Not only, like... It should be, like, clears everything. Like, clears all of the food the ants collect. That would be a really good one, too. Like, not just dead bugs, but it clears. Because the ants collect stuff no matter what. They always are collecting random food and crap all over the place. So, like, that would be another really easy one to just add in really quick. Where? By keeping unstable goo. One of these? Is it all at the other base? Maybe it's at the other base. I got too much crap. We're good. No, I'll put that on. Can only use it once per session. I haven't used it. I haven't used it in ages. It has been a hot minute since I used fixed bug locations. Anything and everything that optimizes the game better should be something that makes... They should just happen more often or something, but... Get a bigger buggy like an ox beetle or something. They should also have that Apex Predator effect. Yeah, that would be a good one too. There's so many options. But just in terms of like, hey, the wasps like don't attack me. Even if it's just like, if you kill 100 wasps, 1,000 wasps, I don't care what it is. At a certain number of wasps, you have to kill X amount with Apex Predator, and then they leave you alone. I'm like, that'd be enough. I don't even care. Even if it's a grind, I don't mind at all. I would be thoroughly happy with that. Dang it. Yeah, I don't think I've used the fixed bug locations since I moved to this base. I only used it at the other base because I got tired of the ants and the butterflies being clipped and glitched into the rock and into my base. Which is another perk of this base location over the last one. There's less bugs in the way all the time. This base location is so much better. Haven't been able to watch lately. The base looks sick. Last time I was here, you just found the location. How'd the job interview go? I actually just heard that I did not get the job, actually. Funnily enough, I think... this is what's so frustrating about the job market right now. Is the job I applied for is a county job. And they are very much a pay the least amount possible. And on my experience, I have a department lead for a medical supply sales company. I have sales manager experience and architectural experience. And so I have all the experience, but their biggest, and I have some certifications for project management as well. And the biggest thing I got outside of the interview, like, I was really confident in the interview. I felt like it went really, really well. But the way they were asking some of the questions afterwards of me was like, this person, and this is not like, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I think what they were thinking was, this person is too ambitious for this position. It's not a leadership position. You're doing a lot of consulting and stuff to like other people. And so there was a lot of questions like, how would you feel deferring to other people and like not being the main point of contact and making all the decisions? And so I think that they were really worried that I would be like too, I don't know another word for it other than too ambitious. I think is the only way I can kind of describe the feeling I got, where they're like, wow, you have project management experience, you have sales manager experience. Like a lot of the end interview questions were just focused around the idea of like, I think they wanted to pay someone a lot less. And I think they knew that I was looking for more money than they probably, the overall amount that they were offering. Like the higher end I think was fine, but I don't think they wanted to actually pay someone that much. I think they wanted someone much greener than I am. And so they found someone that fit that role better, I think. It is the kind of vibe I got. Not to say like I was too good for the job by any means, but it just felt like I think they were concerned that I was going to be looking for more than they were willing to do. And they just, instead of dealing with me immediately asking for, because I made a lot of comments about like I'm looking for more opportunity and looking to grow, and I think they were looking for like beginner entry level pay. So I think it's a blessing in disguise at the end of the day, honestly. I'm not upset about it by any means. It's unfortunate because I was absolutely more than qualified to get the job, so it's kind of annoying to like do too good almost. I don't know a way to say that doesn't sound like I'm being a little egotistical, but at the end of the day, it's really hard to, I know they would have offered me the lower end of the pay, which is less than I'm making now. There was a long-term higher end amount of money that I could have made, but I can't take less money than I'm making right now with the way the economy is. So yeah, overqualified, exactly. Which is annoying because could have come in, because it's also county, so it's like government work. So like they want someone to slowly rise up and spend their whole life there, and I'm not necessarily that type of person anyways. So I'm kind of an independent little cuss in all reality. So I'm not necessarily sure I would have been a really good fit anyways. I think I could have done the job in my sleep with my experience, because it's just code. It's just knowing code and not being a jerk, which I'm totally good at. But At the end of the day, I think it's a blessing in disguise. The mustache is making a comeback. It's possible. I haven't decided if I want to yet. I don't know. My wife is enjoying no mustache, so I don't know. My wife likes the way the mustache looks. She doesn't like the way the mustache feels. She doesn't like kissing me as much when I have a mustache. Because it just pokes her. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know yet. I do miss that mustache. I thought I was watching the wrong streamer. Oh, man. You guys are making me feel bad. I really have to bring it back? The heck is all my stuff? I mean, I miss it too. There are parts I like about it and parts I don't like about it. But I will say, if I got that job, I will say streaming would have been a lot more difficult because I would be working more hours. I wouldn't have half days. Making content would have been a struggle with that job. So I will say you guys will absolutely appreciate that I didn't get that job because it would have made my ability, my energy, it's full-time in the office. So I wouldn't be working from home like I do now. So I just wouldn't have the flexibility and freedoms that I currently have in life, which I think in the long run would have taken a toll on the content because I already don't have enough time as it is. So in that sense, you guys are welcome. Mean to me, I can't do more half-ass tours anymore. I mean, that's not mean, Ducky. That's called being a parent to you. I'm helping you out. I'm pushing you. I like to challenge you is all. Want a better way to solve clipping through the ground into the brown murk without having to die and recall my backpack? I think in the new update that is being fixed, Alexander. By the way, in the new once the Playgrounds update comes out, they fixed some glitches, and that was one. You shouldn't fall into the ground as much. They fixed some air. You'll have to read the PTB, the notes, the patch notes on that. And then they also are removing the sky hitbox as well in survival and Playground, so you can build as high as you want. So that should be fixed to a certain degree. I can't say it's gonna be fixed, but it shouldn't be as bad. Honestly, it hasn't happened to me in a little while, though. It's pretty rare that I fall through the world right now. But it definitely happens. Kinda sucks, but I leave life opens and closes doors for a reason. You're a smart guy, but I've had employers who want just that, underqualified people who won't ask, won't question things. Oh, 100% sterile. They want someone who's not gonna ask questions and is a yes man. Or woman, of course. That is all they want, is someone who does what they're told. And I mean, not just because of streaming and content creation, but I am a more entrepreneurial type of thinker. I have a lot of inside business education. I don't feel like I'm sounding like I'm such a hotshot or a big deal, which is not the case. I have a lot of random experience. I've worked for really big businesses. My dad owned an architecture firm. So I have like a lot of random insight into like business and all that type of stuff that a lot of people don't necessarily get exposed to. So I've been someone who's not, I tend to be independent in a lot of ways. So like my current job allows me like very little micromanaging, very little interference on a day-to-day basis. My boss can be a little bit annoying at times, but for the most part, he's pretty relaxed and chill. And because it's a small company I work for, he lets me push him to be a better business owner because he's kind of a surfer bum. And so if someone's not pushing him, he is kind of rests on his laurels a lot. Life's easy when it's easy, so it's hard to get out of your own way sometimes, but I'm like the young buck that's like, dude, get it together. Like, we got to grow. I want more money, dude, so you're going to have to work harder sometimes. In the best way. In the way that he needs it. I'm not like a dick about it or anything. There's my bird. Yeah, I thought so, Ducky. No! I thought that's what you would think. Put in a bug report for that on the large wall area, but it has happened to me in other spots too. Best thing to do is note the coordinates, put it in a bug. Yeah, more bug reports. Annoy them with bug reports. That's their, like, the dream. The more bug reports we give, the better off the game gets. Especially while we're in early access. Beard oil to keep it nice and silky. I did not use any beard oil on mine. I don't know if I'd want that in my mustache. I don't know. Get some sandalwood beard lotion. Wife got me some as a gift and loves it. Good to know. Good to know. That might be the way to go if I want it back. Question is, I don't know if I want it back yet or not. It's hard. It's such a hard decision. Because it's not going to grow overnight. Like, it's going to take me a while. So then I got to deal with, like, the little, like, Mexi stash. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Not saying that in a racist way. I just don't know how else to explain it. But it looks so bad in the beginning. It'll probably grow back thicker and better than it did. But, God, the first time I grew that thing out, it looked so bad for way too long. It was so bad. It looked horrible for months. Optic, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Is that the bird one? Yeah. Condition your mustache so it's not so prickly. I could do that. I could do that. That would make her happier. I didn't use any. It just, like, I just had, like, a natural, decent mustache. It just worked, so I never really thought about it in that sense. Conditioning and anything. Oh my gosh, I keep wasting these. You're Mexican at school? I mean, how else do you explain it? Like, I played soccer growing up, so like half of my best friends were all Hispanic. So I freaking love, I love them to death. So it's not a negative connotation thing. It's just like, how do you say it? I don't know. I've never heard anyone else call it anything but that, you know? In the nicest way possible. I don't know if there is another way to describe it at this point. That is like common terminology. But yeah, some like beard oil conditioning, that might be the way to go. Make it nice and silky smooth. And you, why are you up here? What? Why are you so clingy? Yeah, exactly. You call it that too. I mean, that's just, it's life, right? I've heard bad ways of describing a bad mustache. Yeah. Try not. Honestly, at this point, I like people of all colors more than I like white people most of the time. Honestly. White people are the worst these days. Gosh dang it. I need all my stuff up here. This is the worst part of no handy net, is just this like constant moving of all this crap everywhere. I always try to be as politically correct as I can because I love everyone. That's always the struggle, though. People that know me will know there's no ill intentions or anything, but there's always people on the internet that are going to hear one thing and freak out. As a fellow white guy, I couldn't agree more, right? White people suck, dude. Honestly, almost outside of one person, outside of two people, all of my best friends are like my brother, who's like my brother from another mother, is the only way I can describe him. My parents took him and his brother in when we were in like elementary school when their dad passed away. Is Korean, so him and his brother are literally like my brothers. They're the best. Half of my soccer teams growing up were Hispanic guys who I love to freaking death. My other best friend is Filipino. One of my other really, really good friends is from Japan, or is Japanese. Like, I think I just prefer people of different nationalities for the most part. They're not so whitewashed, you know? I think I just like people of culture and like that have good world views. I've been lucky enough to travel a lot of the world, and I've seen a lot of how difficult and crazy life can be for people, and so I try not to take it for granted. But I feel like a lot of Americans, white Americans, have just not seen enough of the world to like understand that there's like more than just our one way of thinking in life. That they take a lot of things for granted. Because like I've seen people who have lived very difficult lives, and I'm like, I have my own frustrations, and life's never perfect for anyone, but like I've seen the favelas in Brazil and like how difficult people's lives can be living in like shack huts, like little shacks and huts and stuff, and you're like, we even at the worst in America, you typically have it better than the vast majority of the world. But if you've never been anywhere else, you don't really know that. Plenty of different kinds of white out there, man. Americans aren't the best example. No, they aren't. No, 100%. The rest of the world's white is much better. I love European people too. Like, I love European culture. I love the way they think about things. Not that anything's perfect. Like, don't get me wrong. No country's perfect. No place is perfect. No one's perfect. But I do think that the rest of the world has a little bit more perspective on how things can work. America is a very young country in many ways. Like, compared to the rest of the world, so there's a lot of things that it's doing wrong and doesn't understand. But when your country is, when one state is the entire size of some countries in different parts of the world, like, it's really easy for people to not really get out of their comfort zones and experience things, you know? Like, Texas is bigger than all of, like, Great Britain and, like, England and, like, everything. It's bigger than half of Europe. So, like, people will never leave it. They never get out of the U.S. Half the people in the U.S. have never even been out of their state. So it's like, there's just so much life. There's so many ways to live, I think, out there, that if you've never, like, gone out and seen the world, like, you really don't understand how different every place is. There's so much to see, you know? Not saying it's easy and everyone can just go travel the world. It's not cheap, but I wish some people would. So I'm moving to Germany in a month? Dude, that's so sick. That'd be awesome. I've never been to Germany, but that would be really cool. Been to Italy, France, Barcelona, or Spain, and South America, specifically Brazil, Mexico. I've almost been to as many countries out of the US as I have states in the US. Not what I was thinking. How did I was thinking through this, and I've been talking and I forgot what I was trying to do. Dude, the Autobahn sounds incredible. A lot of Americans I've met don't realize the rest of the world uses Celsius. I think a lot of Americans just don't get an education in how like there's so many other ways that people live. There's just so many other ways of life outside of just the way we do it. I want to do this. I had an idea, and this wasn't quite what I was thinking. Now I can't remember what I was thinking. But our education system is kind of an absolute failure at this point, is part of it. I don't want this to look like a cross. I think I liked just this going up. Maybe we move those to like... I liked this shape better. I don't like this as much. I don't know what... I had a vision and now I can't picture it anymore. Made it to India once? That's awesome. Yeah, one of my friends that I grew up with in high school lives in Japan now. Because his parents, or his dad's Japanese. So I would love to go out and visit him and his family at some point. Love to see Japan. That would be frickin' epic. There's just so many cool things. The world's cool. It really is. Wish it wasn't so expensive to travel. A lot of people in other places are also a lot more humble and appreciative. Oh, 100%. That is one of the major downsides of capitalism, I think, is that it creates this, like, entitlement. This sense of entitlement a lot. I hate nothing more than, like, going to a different country and, like, listening to tourists, like, from the U.S. complain. Like, get mad at people. And expect a certain type of, like, treatment. Like, we're not in our country, dude. You're not wrong there. It really goes off people's experiences in life. I live in Massachusetts, and it's very diverse out here, but I've traveled a little too. In some areas, have a stigmatism on certain types of, yeah. Which is, like, I find that the funniest thing. Like, the whole concept of, like, racism to me is, like, blanket disliking a specific type of people because of the color of their skin. I'm like, I don't care who you are. There is literally a-holes that are white, black, Asian, Hispanic, like, European, Australian. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not like a type of person that sucks. It's a personality that sucks at the end of the day. Like, I will never understand hating, like, a group of people, because I'm like, I've met people that are Hispanic that I couldn't stand, and people that are some of my best friends. Like, it just depends on the person. It's not a type of it's not a color or a skin or a nationality. It is literally some people suck and some people don't. And that's just across the board how it goes. This one I want. People of every type, everyone. There are bad apples. Doesn't matter where you live. Been to too many states and out of the country, but I really love Utah. Sounds weird. Maybe they are putting something in the water here. I have not been. I guess I've been to Utah. I haven't, like, stayed there, but I've driven through. I haven't, like, actually traveled there. I live in Oregon. Yep, I live in Oregon. Born and raised. People are people, some good, some bad. Why segregate? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter what it is. There are crappy people all over the world. There are great people all over the world, and there are crappy people. Yeah, even while I've met dogs. There are great dogs, and there are horrible dogs. It all just depends. Who raised them, how they were raised. That tends to be the bigger problem. More often than not, it's how people were raised. Like that either. I really like this pattern, but I don't know how I want to continue it. Did like a little weird. I enjoy watching you, buddy. You're not judgmental, but are practical. Yeah, I'm a very logical person at the end of the day. I've tried to be as logical as possible in a world that feels very unlogical. And there are no bad people or bad dogs, only bad parenting. That honestly seems like what the bigger issue here is. It really is. Yeah, exactly, Bear. A lot of it's just poor education and lack of understanding. And for me, at the end of the day, like, as long as someone's not ruining my life or like hurting other people, I couldn't care less. Like, if you want to go to Renaissance fairs and do your, like, I'm not gonna go to a Renaissance fair probably in my life, but like if that makes you happy, do it. If you want to collect Pokemon cards, or like you're like me, I'm obsessed with Harry Potter, like, do your thing. Whatever makes you happy in life is what you should do. But don't get mad at other people for doing what they want to do. Just let everyone do their thing. At the end of the day, who cares? Nothing anyone does affects us as much as they think it does. I think that's something people really struggle to remember these days. It's like, I don't think people realize how little everyone else's lifestyle affects them. You don't have to like it, but you don't get to stop them. That's the reason the US was great. For many, many reasons. Like, you came here and you got to do what you wanted to do. That's what freedom is. I don't give a crap. Live your life how you want, as long as you're not ruining my life. Totally nerd out to Harry Potter. I nerd out to Harry Potter. I have all the Minalima Harry Potter books sitting over there. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Harry Potter Lego sets sitting over there. I have a bunch of Pokemon cards sitting in my thing over there. Whatever floats your boat in life, you know. Do what makes you happy. Don't look at it. No one else should care. Yeah, I kind of like that better one down. Dang it. Yeah, we're a drop in the ocean, exactly. I'll just never understand the, like, I don't like the way you live concept. Like, I play video games and stream it to other people, like, whatever makes you happy. Ow. Alright, I need to go get some dandelion tufts so I don't keep falling to my death. Chip! I didn't know you could do that. I can't. Who made that a mechanic? I can run my own base over now? What the frick is this? Who decided that was a good idea? Now, I have a problem with the way Eidos Montreal is living their lives. They're ruining my life. Oh, I didn't know you could change that. Dude, this is sick. What? Oh, I love these. Okay, everyone needs to go get the founder pack right now. This is amazing. They are killing it. That is worth the extra $10, 100%. As long as it doesn't involve harming others or disrespecting others in a logical sense, then you should be able to be free. Exactly. Like, collecting Pokemon cards. As long as you're not a scalper who's ruining it for everyone else, those people can go die in a hole. But everyone else, live your life. I only say that because I've been trying to get new stuff, and then scalpers are the worst thing ever created. Social media doesn't help either these days. Everything's a joke, no matter how serious, and some people really feel trauma over words from people who don't know them, and vice versa. Yeah. Social media is like the worst, honestly, one of the worst. It was such a good thing, but it has turned into quite a horrible thing, I think. I'm lucky enough that I grew up with a healthy respect, and I grew up in the beginning of it when people were really skeptical, and so we had a really good understanding of it, and I also have a good, like, relationship with myself for the most part, so I'm like, I'm confident enough in myself, not that I'm always confident, not that I feel amazing about everything I do by any means. I question many, many things in my life, but being sure of yourself and not, like, getting offended over everything everyone says. There's extremes to both sides. Like, at the end of the day, I can laugh at jokes. I don't take myself too seriously. Comedians will make fun of every single type of person out there, and we don't have to get frustrated at it. We can laugh. We don't have to be disrespectful when we say things, but we can also laugh about funny things that happen in the world. And people also just need to understand, like, not everyone's going to understand you. You can't expect everyone to understand you and accept you for who you are. You have to accept yourself first. If you're confident in yourself and your decision, that's all that really matters. You can't get the whole world to accept you for who you are. You just have to be happy with it. You have to make your decisions, live your life, and know that no one else's words or thoughts has any effect on you whatsoever. It's sort of a two-side. Everything's messed up. It's not a bug, it's just Chip. I know, every time I say his name, I think I'm, like, making fun of Chisel Chip now, too. So I feel bad. Like, gosh dang it, Chisel. Wait, you can't be up here. You get out of here. They're just being greedy at that point and only care about money. Oh, I know. I wish people could get past just money. I want to make more money, too. We all want to make more money, but do we have to do it at the expense of everyone else? Like, we can all be successful and make a lot of money without, like, actively trying to screw everyone. I will never understand that mentality. Business is allowed to be business without being horrible for the rest of everyone else. A very interesting world we live in. Deleted all my social media. I'm done with it. Yeah, I've started blocking all. I only have social media for very specific things now. I've kind of, like, stuck myself in a world where I can't necessarily live without social media at this point because I do content, so I need it in a certain extent. But I can't figure out how I want to do this pattern. It just keeps looking like a it's like a cross, but it's not a cross. And I don't know what I want to do with it. Were horror stories in early days of social media that pretty much nailed the idea that the internet and social media was dangerous back then. Oh, 100%. It is very much. Like, having a 2-year-old now, or almost 3-year-old, I'm like, how do I teach this kid not to ruin his life on social media? I also look back at my social media accounts and I'm like, dude, I said some stupid things. Like, not like, wasn't being like racist or anything or like horrible to people, but I'm like, why would I post that on the internet? Like, in what universe? Like, who thought these were things that I should be, like, not that they were like bad or bigoted or anything. It's just like, why? Why would I post that online for people to see? There's just some goofy stuff sometimes. Some very goofy stuff that, like, nobody cared about. It was like the Twitter days when it's like, I just went to the bathroom. Like, that kind of stupidity. Like, nobody cared about that. Why in the world would I be saying anything? Nobody wanted to know. Not that I was saying that about my, like, going to the bathroom, but I'm like, why? Nobody cared. It's just stupidity. Teenage drama back to bite you in the butt. Need to go back to journaling. Yeah, no, it really is, though. Early days of social media, legit. My MySpace, early Facebook era, but I'm with Cash. I'm about to delete personal accounts for peace of mind. Yeah, my life is so much happier. And I stopped following anything political. I've completely removed all of that from my life. Just moved on. I don't need to hear about how horrible everything is all day, every day. I can only take the world is burning down so much without starting to lose my sanity. lightning bolt shape. That could do. We've all posted stuff and went help. Yeah, dude, the frickin' the Facebook stuff that it's like your memories. Dude, those memories haunt me. You see those and I'm like, oh my gosh, I hate this. I hate this so much. Why are you reminding me of the stupid things I said? It was so dumb. Those memories are hilarious. Could do a lightning bolt. I'm not sure. It's like a combo, but no matter what I do, it's like ending up like this almost. What if we did... like, push this down? A little, maybe? Need to step back and look. There's just something I really like about this specific shape, but it's now figuring out what the detail above it is so I don't ruin that. But maybe that's what it is. Maybe I just leave it and then I start the next shape higher and stop trying to do stuff right on top of it. That might be the problem. Because what we're doing here is starting to look interesting. But maybe, yeah, maybe it just starts back up again higher. So maybe we need to build some of this wall up. It's like a shield. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, it does kind of. I like that better than like this cross type shape. Oh, we almost died. I thought I was done. I forgot we went and got more of those, so we're not toast. Window in the middle, another X on top. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that's what we need, is now there needs to be like an actual window of some kind. That's another thing that might help this. Question is like, what shape is this? There's so many options, you know? Wait a second. Yeah, something like that could be cool. I need to not connect this to this. Let's put this down. This whole scaffolding thing is not ideal. Oh my gosh. I hate wasting dandelion tufts doing that. It's the worst feeling. Not that they're like that expensive or anything. Maybe if we put this, maybe one more down. Like this. Ooh, back here. Yeah. And what we have. Could even make that like way bigger. Like that could be like way up too. That could be interesting. Special dandelion. It is in grounded too. I just hate. I usually am using the hog stopper, so I don't have to worry about food, and I kind of don't like carrying 3 trinkets. I have one. I think it's just laziness. It's my own stubbornness is really what it is. It's like, do you want to not fall to your death? Because the dandelion tufts, I like that you have both options now. It's a great addition. Because there's a lot of validity to using the dandelion tuft trinket, but if I can have a stack of dandelion tufts instead of using a trinket, that to me is just easier. I think is. Then I get I don't have to eat food and I can still hold a bunch of dandelion tufts. It's like a win-win, is the way I think of it. It's the best of both worlds. Obviously not perfect, because you have to collect the dandelion tufts, but... I prefer not eating food constantly. Watching you try to jump around is irking me. Stop and build some scaffolding. Stage grass. I hate scaffolding. But I am sorry. It's the struggles of building really tall too, though. Oh no, we've done it. The issue is scaffolding doesn't necessarily like make this that much easier. You know, like we're still running into the same problem of falling and dying. It's just less expensive. I like the floors. Scaffolding just looks horrible. Drives me nuts. And then I have to have my stem near. Whoa. That was not what I wanted to grab. Yeah, new game plus. I want the handy gnat is what I want. My life was so easy with the handy gnat. Just was a piece of cake. And that's rough life. It also doesn't help that I'm trying to like read chat and talk and jump and build at the same time. I would say that's half the reason I'm falling down and doing stupid stuff constantly is because I'm looking away while I'm doing it. But we can try it if it irks you. Really wish they would let us not unlock the handy gnat in story mode for mega building. Yeah, as soon as we get the custom game mode, you will be able to. That will be a thing. It just depends when they're going to give it to us. That's the struggle. We didn't get it till the 1.2 update in the first game, so it's hard to know when it's coming. There's not really like an incredibly efficient way to build at the moment, though. Because, like, scaffolding doesn't necessarily solve the issues of falling down and stuff. It's just sort of a different, same thing. Like, my issue with scaffolding is, like, you're still jumping from thing to thing. It's a little less cumbersome, I guess, at times, but it's a little less visually blocking, I guess, though. The negative to custom mode, it just turns achievements off. So you can't get achievements is all. It's the only downside, I would say. But you can play it exactly like it plays exactly like survival. It just allows you to change some settings around. So it's essentially survival. But achievements is, I think, the only thing that's negative from it. If you are an achievement junkie, that is the only downside. Which I used to be, but I couldn't really care less anymore. Like, if they made it so it was easier to, like, get on it, it would be better. Dang it. Keep running and jumping off on accident. Haven't been around here since Grounded. It's really weird seeing you build without the handy gnat. Yeah, it is, it feels weird. I haven't built without the handy gnat since the pagoda base in the first game. Vaulting system would be awesome so you can climb ledges. That would make life much easier. Something. Really, at the end of the day, the handy gnat is what solves everything. It really does make life just exponentially easier. It's such a good thing to have. Not getting achievements already, so it won't be lost to me, right? Handing out would be a blessing right now. I could do so much better without so much better making my base look better. Yeah, it makes it so much faster. Because it's the same thing. Like, it's not like you're not losing out on anything by not having to jump up and down and build scaffolding and do insanity. It just makes everything easier at the end of the day. The biggest perk is that you could build from the, you can stand next to all your chests. Outside of the flying is incredibly easy, so it makes building really tall like this much faster at the end of the day. But for me, it's just being able to put your chests in one location and then just fly around and build with literally any of your materials. That is like such a game changer when you're trying to build things. Makes life so much better. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. Then we're gonna need to start building this up now to get an idea of how that's gonna look. Think we're gonna want to copy that. So we want this to now start like here. Hello? There are not that many grids right here, please. This is the standard one, thank you. A little weird. It really does not want to place in the center right now. Be too big of a tower? I don't know. Also on a giant platform, just want to do some more creative stuff on the outside to make it look cool. It's a pain to build and use scaffolding. Yeah, I mean, that's, I would say, pretty similar to what I'm doing at the end of the day. This is on a big platform, so as soon as you like are not paying attention, you just fall all the way down. Vertically? What do you mean? What do you mean, monkey? Like scaffolding vertically? What's your secret tech that you're saying? I mean, like stacking them doesn't work. You can't climb these, right? Yeah, you just get... Uh-oh. Whole time I never knew you can stand in the middle of scaffolding. I thought you had to hold your balance on the edge. To hold your balance? Yeah. Visually messing with you, right? Since I have grids on, I could do it like this, but it's also like annoying. 2 point either side of the window. Is that the little thing you made with the arrows, like you're saying, like the shape? Like make this go out instead of up? Yeah, but then we were getting like the cross type shape, which I didn't like. Maybe the way you're describing it. It's really hard for me to visualize is the hardest thing. I know it makes a ton of sense in your head. I would say that's the most difficult part of trying to follow people's comments and stuff is like visually being able to visualize what you guys are intending. It's a little bit difficult at times. It makes sense. Oh, you're saying like that vertically? Kind of like this, like, pointed horn sort of thing, almost. We'll see. Most likely, the way I'm going to do this is I'll build this out, and then we'll go over to this other side, and I'll build it out in a slightly different way on this side. It's typically how I think through a lot of my builds, is I'll use, like, some type of symmetry to sort of test different ideas out. But I think now it's just how do I want to integrate the pumpkin in behind this now. I think I like where this is headed. Make it day, though. I was it only 2 hours into stream, right? I mean, we're 2.5 hours in. Nothing like a gnat full of stems gliding across the whole yard to add one more section to that clover roof. Honestly, it makes life so much easier. It's so nice. I don't know how to petition them to add creative or to add custom faster, though. You think Timber wants out? No, he's toast, dude. The fact that he's not, like, bugging me means he's happy. Honestly. That's how he works. If he wanted out, he would be nudging me in the leg constantly. He'd be right here, panting, asking to get out. I like it. So now, you give a sort of simplified explanation of off-grid building. Yeah. I'm not sure when it's going to come out, but I am like 60% done with my how to build off-grid video. But I have no problem explaining it here as well, if anyone is ever curious. So I think there's there's 3 techniques currently to build off-grid. I have the first one I would consider the collision grid, where this is how, in the first game, this is how I built the pagoda. So what you're doing is building multiple grids and then slamming them together, essentially. This one's really hard in the sense that these pieces don't necessarily, like, you have to line them up. So if you're building on an area that's not flat, up here, this is a lot easier to do, but since we have the floor built, I can't really show that. Yeah, we could show it up at the top better, I think, maybe. Now that I think about it, it is flat up there. At the very, very top. But the collision grid method is sort of best for making like a specific shape you want to make that's not going to allow you to do it. So the pagoda is a great example. It was a hexagon built on angles that the game doesn't allow you to build on. So it's not a 45-degree angle, essentially. So if you want it, because you can build a basic hexagon, essentially, if you do it like this, but you're stuck with these exact, or octagon, right? Yeah. So you build a basic octagon, but if you want to build like a hexagon or anything, you're stuck with these basic shapes. So the first way to do it is you would take either a floor, a wall, whatever you want to do, and you just build. It's not quite flat. That's enough. Let's do it this way. So you would build a grid this way, and then you have to go away from that grid and build a secondary grid at whatever angle you want to come into. Of course, this is going to be more difficult because this is not flat. Let's do it over here. Sorry. Winging it on the fly is a little more difficult. So this one allows you to sort of create more unique shapes. So this is an off-grid sort of design, to where the hard part is you have to get these things to like line up. So you end up with a lot of stuff like this, where maybe walls are not going to sort of clip together. The key here is you have to plan this stuff out really early on. And it only really works for things like the pagoda base, where you have something to sort of reference for those angles, or you're really, really particular and will spend a huge amount of time like lining something up, because the one thing that the game doesn't do that I wish it would do is tell you like what degree of rotation this is. That would be a huge difference. I know it wouldn't affect anyone but people trying to build off grid, but this is the first concept, would be the collision grid. So just building 2 grids and then slamming them together. This works for big shapes really well, but it's the more like basic kind of concept of it. The more flexible version of it, which is the easier way to do it, is you can either use pillars or scaffolding, but by hitting Z, it allows you to unsnap from grid. So you can build a grid really easily in this sense. The key here, the pillar or the scaffolding has to be supported by the ground. So it sort of looks like what I'm doing here is allowing me to just build however I want, but this is only happening because there is the stone down here. This is considered like a support. It's the same way that if you're building like a floor piece, you can't build a floor up in the air. It has to be supported by the ground. So the easiest way to think of it is anything touching the ground is supported. Anything that's not touching the ground, if I can get it to look up properly. So like this is not supported. You can't place this no matter what. So it has to be touching the ground, a rock, a brick, the stone, a stick, something, some asset in the game that gives it the support. The cup is something that would work as well. The reason mine sort of looks maybe a little bit more simplistic is because I built this whole system up on top of this, because I knew I wanted to put these the mushroom pillars here to do the under floor lighting. So that is one thing that sort of makes it a little bit easier in the way I've designed my base. So you have to do a bit of pre-planning with this. The pillars are the easiest way, but you have to find a way to hide them a little bit. Now, you can place them. If you use this, you can kind of raise them up and down, but they're only going to let you go so low. So a little bit of planning goes a long way with this, but essentially all you're doing is unsnapping the pillar from the ground, or from the grid that you've built. And then you can just rotate it. You can kind of move it up and down like this just from looking. As you can see, it's sort of at some point will, if you use the Q&E option or whatever, if you're on Xbox, it's a little bit different, of course. But that allows you to get it almost flush. And here it's just, you rotate this however you want. If like you want a slightly weird angle, it's just placing a pillar is all it really comes down to. The key is then you have to get the game to want to, like, you have to look around a little bit weird. But as soon as you build this grid, the secondary grids don't interact the same way as a normal block. So like in a normal block, you can't run these 2 pieces together. It will never let you place this wall. And since you can't place the vertical half walls at an angle, you could never build something that clips into this, the full wall, essentially, if that makes sense. So this allows you to start, like, making funky little details like this. Of course, that didn't quite go all the way through, but by placing that pillar, it allows you to sort of just customize how you want to place things. So it works for whatever angle you want to place. The way I'm using it, for the most part right now, is doing blocks like this. So by placing the pillar back in this wall in the ground, it takes a little bit of messing with, but you can essentially just place as many of these as you want. And so if you place that, then you can place another layer. So you can layer these things in the same way that I'm doing currently, which is how we're doing this wall over here. This is all just... it's not necessarily all that complicated to do. It takes a little bit of understanding. Like, you'll have to mess with it a little bit, but once you do it, it allows you to, like, kind of place walls closer together. The key being you have to hide. You can't destroy that pillar, essentially. So you kind of have to design these in a way that you can hide them after the fact, is the main downside of them. So if you're not pre-planning some of this stuff, like for me, a lot of this is just going to get hidden away. I'll probably build to like here and cover this and have some really deep windows or something to kind of hide some of this stuff. But you're kind of always looking for a way to hide your mistakes, essentially, with the pillars. But that's the gist of it. And then the last method that we've sort of figured out is this, what am I calling it in the video? The sky grid method. So the hardest part is, as I was saying, this has to be supported by the ground in some way, shape, or form. Of course, it's being a little funky because there's a leaf right here. And there's also, this is cantilevered out just a little bit. It's always a little finicky, but the key being you can't place these up in the air. So if you want to build a grid, say if you've already built the base and you want to start adding some details like up really high like we've done, you have to build this from the ground up. You can't build that secondary grid on the 5th floor of your base, essentially. So like say we have, this is probably a slightly easier way to explain it. If you have this and you want to start like messing with off-grid, it will never allow you to put this within this thing. It has to be touching, as I said, like the ground or a support system. This will not count as a support system for a secondary grid. It'll always let you snap to the grid, but it won't let you build this ever. So the only way you can build up in the air is by using pebbles, pebble paths. Of course, all my pebbles are over here. Yeah, they're there. So essentially, if you want to build up in the air, say if you wanted to make your room on your 6th floor, whatever it is, start messing with a new grid, you want to make an interesting wall, or you want to like use some curved piece or whatever it is, you won't be able to do that. The only way you can do these ones is by using a pebble path, and a pebble path will create a support system for some reason. So this allows you to add this like next grid in, is the way you would do it up here. So like if you've already built this and you're struggling to do it, this would be the next technique. Build pebble paths on your floor, and then it will allow you to kind of mess with it. The only issue is these are a little bit more, it's a little more finicky. It's not as easy to kind of do, and it's not going to let you put this like all the way in the ground like what we did down here. So as you can kind of see, like we can get this exactly level with this. This is not going to allow you to place it lower than what we're currently doing. Like this is the lowest it will let you do it. So it's a little bit more difficult, but it does work for some kind of one-off random supporting if you want to mess with the idea. This is the one I have the least experience with. Off-Grid Nomad found this one not too long ago. But it does allow you to do some interesting things. So you can, I don't know, do stuff like this. Clip things together, make acute angles instead of like a normal 45-degree angle. There's a lot of untapped potential with it, I think, at the end of the day. There's a handful of us that have a lot of experience with it that have barely kind of touched the surface, I think, with it at the end of the day. So theoretically, if you were to place 2 pebble paths side by side anywhere, you could off-grid anywhere? Yeah, exactly. The only issue being, as I said, the game is not going to allow you to sort of line it up in the way you may want it to be. And I've done these with like scaffolding and stuff underneath them, which I don't think matters. That's just sort of how the way we figured it out is someone built scaffolding. Yeah, originally someone just put a piece of scaffolding and then put the pebble path. But I think the pebble path, from what I've experimented with, it'll work on any floor, anything. You just have to build the pebble path and that will give you it. But there's some really interesting things. Of course, we don't have very many curved walls, But I think a great way to sort of think of like how you could start utilizing the sky grid method is you could start adding in like a grid really high up and start making like a square tower into a round tower or something. There's a lot of crazy things you could do that I don't think any of us are fully gonna test out the full limitations of it at the end of the day. But that's the basics of it. But I do have a video I'm working on for it, so it will be coming out in the near future. I just have to finish the step-by-step guide portion of it. I've got a decent amount of editing left in the video. But I think that will describe everything that you can do. It will just show off a ton of builds in like different kind of styles and designs between myself, Arteros, Isbergel, Off-Grid. I don't have any other footage from other guys that are doing it, but there's some other guys that are doing some really cool stuff as well. I think there's almost endless possibilities to mess with, so we will see. I don't know if we'll ever fully explore the extents of it. What's up, Yurichi? Sorry I missed it. Timber, how you doing? I'm doing great. Hope you're doing good as well. We're just building. Can I get Little Doggy? Unlikely. Little Doggy just had surgery this last week, so he's stuck to his mom. Dang, it looks good. Thank you. It's coming together. It's definitely coming together. I'm having fun with the layering here. If I could get him to leave my wife for more than 30 seconds, I would give it a shot, but I don't think that it's happening. As much as I would love for him to hang out. The only reason he hung out the other day was because my wife wasn't here. Oh, that was the wrong one. Just have my wife come in? That will not happen. She has zero interest of being on stream. She's reading at this point, so that's all she wants to do. Off to the side, there's nowhere for her to like hang out in here is the issue. She'd just be like reading, sitting on the floor. And I can promise you that's not happening. Base looks horrible because it's just all grass and has no detail. It takes a lot of time. The detail is the time consuming part. And if you've never like, if you haven't spent a lot of time detailing in Grounded, I think there's a lot of optionality that comes with just experience building. One, different materials. If you haven't watched my top 10 tips to build better in Grounded, that video applies directly to Grounded 2. The only thing is there's a couple materials we don't have, that like ash cement. There's a couple materials we have in this that are different. But for the most part, all the pieces correlate to one another. So I would highly suggest looking at that if you want to look up if you want more details and stuff. And watch the base tours. The more details you see specifically from other people's builds, the more options you'll see for the potential. I think until you see the potential of this game, it seems very, very simple in the building. It doesn't seem as in-depth and complicated as it actually can be. Sounds good, Cash. Have a great rest of your night, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you on the next one. Didn't want to click that. Helps a hell of a lot, dude. Thank you. Appreciate you taking time out of your build for that. Yeah, no problem. Oops. I am always happy to explain it. That is why I stream at the end of the day, is so I can explain the ideas that I'm working through to people and help everyone get better at building any way I can. there's any universe we want to like. Glow goo? Dang it. That's kind of interesting. Let's go get some. I don't know if curve's the way we want to go at any point of this, but there might be some cool pieces we can add detail-wise. Anyone to look at? It's my first tour Grasswalk, most recent tour. I made an airship that was 100k parts. Yeah. It is, it's very easy to, like, your first build feels rough. I mean, my first build in this game, in Grounded 1, was this just super basic box. We all have started with the really simple grass box or stem box. And until you get into a little bit more detail and you have time spent building, it seems very limiting at first glance. You really have to start getting into, like, quarter pieces, mixing of mushroom and not just using like one material. I think makes a really big difference. I don't know if that wood look is gonna be right. I want some burr. Dang it. I'd love some burr wall type pieces. That would be a really cool addition now that they've got that made with the pumpkin. It makes me really want a burr wall, like finely detailed, weird vine type wall made of burr. Because like I love the burr floors that they're really clean and aesthetically appealing, but I do really like the way this burr looks. I think they've opened up a lot of opportunities. You could make some really cool burr, like vine walls almost. But it's very easy to see Grounded as a very, very simple building game until you have time in it. Get rid of it. No extra blueprints. Saw a video how to make a window and close them. Yeah, hypernogs. The only issue I have with that is then you have a hole in your floor. That's the only thing. The issue that I have with the hatches currently as like windows is that when you build them, you close the window, but then you open the floor. So it's like, it's really difficult to hide what you've done, essentially, I think is the way I'm looking at them currently. They are really cool. I think they're a really interesting addition to the game, but using them in that like extra design detail as like, as soon as you use them as a window frame, like you now have a hole in your floor that you fall through. So you really have to think through outside of like maybe like pillars, I guess is probably the only way you could really fill this. If you use them, gosh dang it. If you use them the way I use this, like you could build them out like this, and then you don't have a hole in your floor, but you're always kind of fighting them a little bit. Foundation might work. I haven't messed with that. Foundation's really picky. Yeah, it works like that. So you could use foundations too. So as long as you're okay with like a weird frame. Why can I not jump up one block? Why did they make the height not work? You definitely used to be able to jump up this, like, no issue. There we go. It's, like, really hit or miss. So, you could put foundations and stuff, but then you have to have a foundation floor. Or you have to, like, you have to think about it a little bit more. Hold jump. Why is it being so finicky? Why do I need to hold jump? It never used to be like that. Rude. No. Why does that make any difference? I don't like it. I miss just pressing it. That's me being really picky, but... The arch is interesting, but I don't know if I love it. If I could tie that in a little bit better, I mean, we could move it up one maybe. Mario, if you hold jump, you go higher. It shouldn't be that way. The AI ads are so annoying, aren't AI in general is pretty annoying. It has its uses, don't get me wrong, but dang it. Ad blocker. That's why you gotta sub, sadly. It's the only way to get rid of them. Use ad blocker, then I don't get any AdSense, Ducky. And that's sad. Why is this being so finicky? Want it up one. Oh, just one. One block, please. We're kind of funny, but some are just straight out insanely dumb, right? Yes, I know you do, Ducky. I'm just saying. Ad revenue is how I make this whole thing work, unfortunately. What are we doing here? Rounded. Huh? What is this? Why are you so angry? There. No, that's not what I wanted. Why will it not place right here? What is happening? Go everywhere but where I want it to go. Put a quarter block under the arch and it'll connect. Yeah, I'm just trying to make them really minimal. Why does it not want this one spot? There we go. The issue with that is I hate that. I think we can hide it with some of the things we're doing, but I'll say that's one thing, the way the new pieces are made with the arches, is in the first game you could put a triangle piece and sort of like clip them in a little bit so it would hide it. Oops. That is like my one pet peeve right now that I've noticed. Because you used to be able to do that and it would work really well, but now that they have the stem and the bird design in them, it doesn't really work anymore, sadly. But in the first game, you could almost make this like semi arch look, which was really nice. It just was like one little extra detail that you could do. But it's not quite the same anymore. Just little details. I like the arches a lot, so. Am I streaming tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Just more building. But the little lights are cool too at the same time. I don't hate it, but it is a little weird seeing like the random burr, I think, at this time. It's a little funky. Let me get rid of that and sleep. Wait, is she attacking me? I think she is. Come on, Chip. Let's go. Yeah, I'll be streaming Thursday and we'll do tours Friday this week. Since that's what everyone voted on. You really need to block so much? Burn, baby, burn. What? Oh, I lost. But I'm not blocking for some reason. Is she not attacking? I swear she was. I was looking at Paramore's old music, and I didn't know how goated they were. What? That was great. All the music from that timeline is really good, honestly. Don't do it, Anakin. I have the high ground. Got me on the last one, dang it. Most of their music is older than you. Yeah. Now I know how my dad feels. I'm not even that old. Yeah. Arms coming, Chip. We did it. Music started bad, like their music did, or what specific ones? All music? I think every generation has had really good and really, really bad music. I don't think it's just one, but I do feel like there was really good music, like the rock 70s, 80s. Then 90s had some really crappy stuff, but then it had some really, really good stuff up into the 2000s, and then it's gotten kind of really shitty. Not that all music right now is bad, but there's some really bad music. I miss real music. At the end of the day, I think there's too much pushing buttons these days. Like, I miss real instruments. Not that I don't mind some, like, EDM music every once in a while, but I think the way that music is made now is like, there's too many people that aren't good at making music. I think is the easiest way to describe it. It's like the technology has allowed really bad artists to get popular because they can fake it too good. Whereas you couldn't fake it back in the day. Oh, dang it. Wrong block. Now it's way too easy for people who are actually really bad at music to make music and be semi-successful at it. Yeah, I don't think I like these arches. It just doesn't fit the vibe. It's killing me seeing all your blueprints. I always finish them before too many collect. What do you mean? It's just those because I haven't wanted to build up. And I haven't decided if I actually want to build these or not. This is I haven't decided. Outside of that, those were just me trying to make a decision. It's not that many, is it? Paramore is goated. Music really has downgraded a bit since most want just attention rather than to show creativity. Yeah, there's not enough creativity. But again, the thing that comes down to the fact that people that are not good at making music can make music now, because you don't have to be an incredible guitarist to be successful now. You can just like download guitar sounds. You don't have to, you pay someone to make a riff. Like, you don't have to like understand musical theory and how music is composed to make music anymore. You can just download all the sounds you need. And it's taken its toll. Dang it. Jump. Not that there's not people making good music out there. I think there's still people making really good music, but I think the value in production has gone down. Same could be said about those using AI, but you're right. Give me an acoustic band in a local beer garden any day of the week. Yeah. I mean, like, I think one of my favorite examples of, like, music was I went to Nashville for one of my, for my best friend's bachelor party, and every single bar, every building is 5 stories tall, and every single story is a different bar owned by someone else, and every single bar on every story has a different live band playing. And you could listen to rock, country, blues, like funk, like there's every type of music outside of like pop, of course, because it's country, it's Tennessee, so it's the birthplace, it's country central. So for like other than like pop music, but you could go into a bar if you really wanted to and listen to rap and stuff. But there was so much good live music, and every artist was so freaking good. They all could sing phenomenally. They all played like 5 instruments. They were all like, they could sing any song that you requested. I went to this blues bar in this basement in Nashville and listened to one of the best live concerts. And I've been to a lot of live concerts. I love live music. My wife and I go to live music every summer. And listened to one of the best, like, blues rock sort of band. And it was like, I could have sat in there for 7 or 8 hours straight just listening to this band play music. It was so freaking entertaining. And it's like, I like ridiculous rap music and as much as the next person, and like there's a lot of music that people wouldn't like that I like at the same time. But there's just something about live acoustic, really good singers and good musicians that is like unbeatable. Thanks So Much is newer, and I think they're really good. And then I really like Two Door Cinema Club, but they're a bit older. I don't know them. But like I'm like type of person that like I can almost listen to any type of music. I'm not like very particular. I just like good music. Real good music. Especially live music though. Anyone that's like playing legit instruments and stuff and can sing well and play all the instruments, play lots of different styles is entertaining to me. Into a Guns N' Roses concert at Fenway Park a few years ago, and they still had it. Best concert ever. A few others were not as authentic, but still enjoyable, but it's different. That'd be a really fun one to go to. My brother-in-law's wife is like super hardcore rock fan, and she would die. Those, like, listening to that, like, those artists too is like so entertaining. It's like amazing how well people could like sing before auto-tune and stuff. Like, it amazes me how many concerts are like I've gone to where it's like, holy crap, this person actually sucks. Like, it's sad that that person was a successful artist because it was all a lie. We were lied to. They couldn't actually. Oh no. Holy cow. I swear I pressed shift 5 times. Yeah, if it's good, I'll listen to it. I'm not super picky. But like, I love my dad's old music, some of it. I'll listen to anything. As long as they're talented, I'll listen. He did move. Did you move, Timber? You okay, Timber? Timber, come here. Want some attention? Come here. Come over here. You gotta be in the camera. Yeah, you gotta be in the camera. If you want attention, you gotta earn it. What's up, Rock Me? Sounds good, man. Have a great rest of your night, dude. We'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you're too close to the camera every time. You're supposed to put your cute face in the camera. You know that? That's what everyone came for. They're not here for me. They want to see the cute puppy. We all know it. Let's be honest. And butt scratches. Butt scratches. You need a bath, dude. You are nasty. Ew. Rhyme on my hands. It is a big old mountain dog. That is timber. Still think you should have 8 cams for timber? Yeah, you want to buy me 8 webcams? The only reason we have 1 is because I got a free webcam. Oh my gosh. I didn't jump. The other part is, it's not like my office is set up to stream every angle of it. There's mess hidden where you guys can't see. Gold card. Gosh. Never. I know. It's like your stream, anyone can go to creative and build anything they want, but it's seeing the art and dedication to the art that makes a massive difference, in my opinion. Oh yeah, for sure. I know that's why people enjoy the stream. It's not just timber, I know. Anyone can build, but I think I build at such a large scale with a really high detail, and I know there's a lot of people that I'm like not going to call anyone specific out or anything, but I think there's a lack of detail in some of the really, really big builds sometimes that people is why there's a decent portion of the community that doesn't like mega builds. So I try to be the person that's adding like insane amount of detail to everything and building big for a reason, not just building big because big. I always try to like be the person that's like, wow, it's not only the biggest build, but it is like the most detailed and highly designed build at the same time. But it's like a combination of that and the fact that I actually talk about how I think through things as well as I think a big part of it. So I'm not just like, oh, he builds in silence with no one else, like no interactions or anything. It's like I'm talking to people, I'm trying to teach people. I think that's a big portion, is like the educational side, I guess, is how I'd put it. Because that's my goal, is I'm building big because I really enjoy it, and I enjoy that people like watching it, but I also like helping people get better at building too. You don't have to build big like me. I love how like I have a handful of haters that are like, building big is stupid, and they don't like the creative builds or whatever, and they have their own prejudices. But I think it's if you can pick up from my one massive build, like one little detail, like the entrance or the window design, or just one thing to use in your design, like that's enough for me to be happy with what I've done. That's good enough for me. Knife play for little timber camp. Pay for little timber camps? No. The issue is, yeah, my office is not set up to show off anything else than what you guys are seeing. It's the stuff that you can see in the timber cam that's that way. It's just a chair, a bike, a messy desk, and a cabinet with some architectural stuff I made in school. And then that way is just like some Legos and some books and stuff. I have my like work stuff on this entire half of my desk, so that doesn't look good. So it's like there's only so much that I can show off in this room. It's not meant to be, the rest of it's not meant to be showed off. It's not set up as a streaming room. It has to do a lot of things for me. I got laundry baskets, an AC unit over there, garbage is under the desk. Like, it's if I move out of this place and get a bigger house and get a room that I can like set up as a streaming room, then I would definitely think about having like more cameras and stuff. But as of right now, like there's just not a like. It would just be like looking at weird things I'm trying to hide. Is the only way I can really describe it. Which is not my goal. I don't need to show off the mess. Not that my office is like super messy, but it's enough so that I don't need it. The rest of it shown off. Yes, I do have Legos. I always try to imagine a normal-sized human walking up to any of the mega builds and tripping out like we do. Yeah, that's how I want it to be too. Like at the end of the day, is like my sandbox build. I wanted it to be like, oh my gosh, there's an actual city, not just a empty, vast town with nothing going on. I wanted it to be like, in a perfect world, I would have animated that sandcastle base to be like, at some point, the family like walks outside and is like, wait, what the heck is growing in our sandbox right now? Like, did the kids build a sandcastle? No, hold on a second. Like, there's a civilization growing. Like, the ants are literally making their own civilization, like in Ant-Man. Like, they've colonized and they have become sentient and are taking over the world. Like, that level of insanity is how I like to think of my builds. So they're always over the top detailed. There's a lot going on, but there's also reasons for why. Like the vastness and bigness is filled with things that are interesting, like museums showing off the artwork in the game, and bug museums showing off the stuffed bugs and the head mounts, and armories showing off every piece of armor. And then there's expansion, so it shows every piece, and there's actual lived spaces and story going on. So it's not just this big thing that looks cool but does nothing. It's a balance. You're saying is Timber isn't getting a mobile webcam anytime soon? Not anytime soon, no. Also, how do you... Is there a wireless webcam? I don't know of a wireless webcam, so would like hook up a webcam? There are... The only thing we could do is it's a lot more expensive, but the camera that I have has an upgraded version that I could set to... It has like an AI mode, so it could follow him. So it has like AI tracking. So I could set him to the tracking of a camera like that, but then I'd have to spend like $200-300 on a webcam to follow my dog around, who's 90% of the time laying in one spot. So it's kind of like redundant. He's always in camera for the most part. It's just far away because he always seems to want to lay too far away from the camera for some reason. But if I get a place eventually that allows me to do more stuff like that, I would love... The dream, of course, is to have a space like that where I can, like, fully customize my office. Because I have, like, Harry Potter stuff and Pokemon stuff that I would love to be able to, like, show off in the room. And I'd love to have, like... some decorations and some cool stuff to show off in stream, but as of right now, I don't have a good way of showing that stuff in a visually appealing way. So it's like, there's no point right now. Until I can get into a place where I can do that, it's like, unfortunately, not much of an option. We'll get there. But I don't foresee my wife and I moving out of this place for a little while. The housing market's too ridiculous at this point. As much as we'd love to live somewhere else, everything's too frickin' expensive. Puppy big brother. He has a big brother, but he's like a little brother, if that makes sense. Yeah, we have an old little dog. We have like a 14-year-old, I think he's 14. 14-year-old miniature poodle Cavalier King Charles Spaniel mix. who just had an eye removed last week. Sadly. But for the better. He's healthier for it now. Not very fun, though. Oh, that was... What? I thought I moved this. Big Brother is a show in Australia where they dump a group of people in an enclosure. Oh, yeah, they have Big Brother. I didn't realize that's what you were relating to. They have Big Brother in the US. I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but my wife's family loves it. Or at least did. I don't know if they watch it anymore. How do I want to do this? I live the basic look, and with the market, it isn't worth doing more right now. I know, it's a lot. It adds up. It gets expensive really fast to add a lot of stuff. In a perfect world, I have like the starts of a sealed Pokemon collection and my own random stuff, and then I have Legos that I'd love and some Harry Potter memorabilia. Like I'd love to have like a display in the background of my nerdiness, because I also want to get, there's like a 3D printed burgle that you can get on Etsy, but it's like $100, so I don't really want to buy that right now, but I would love having that. And then there's people that make the spicy staff from Grounded 1 on Etsy that I would love to buy. Like I'd love to have some Grounded merch and stuff shown off, some more fun like posters, but like half of my room, the only wall that I can use for anything is this massive closet. So like half of my room is a closet right now. So that doesn't work very well either. So my current setup doesn't really... All the walls in this room are angled because it's on the upper floor. And so the ceilings are really tall, but you can't really tell. But just above the door, the wall immediately angles. And the wall behind my desk angles... Like my computers can barely go up because the ceiling is going like directly up. So like the top of the ceilings in here are like 20 feet. Maybe like 16 feet or something like that. But they don't really allow for like anything. It's kind of a really weird... It's nice because it's tall and it feels big, but it's not actually like functionally big. Some more pumpkin in these. We'll probably need a little more off-grid design in here if I can make it work. It's gonna be a little funky here. Get this lined up the way I want. Work from this angle. But eventually I'd love for some more funky fun designs. Why is it not letting me? Why are you being silly? Like that. Let me up. Jump. That'll probably work pretty good. Might need to make these a little bigger to do what I'm thinking, but we'll see. On the third floor too, so I get it vertically isn't the best for me. Either I have awkward walls. Yeah, it makes it really weird. Makes it very, very awkward to like decorate in a nice way. What are we supporting? You're not supporting anything. You know you aren't. I know you aren't. Being stubborn. My burr. Like, we live in a great little house, but really can't complain about anything. It's inexpensive, especially for the place I live. The place I live in Oregon is really expensive. So in terms of things, we live in an incredible neighborhood for a pretty low cost overall. So it's really, really hard to complain. I have to build one wall grid here, aren't we? Those two work perfect, though. I guess we could just do the same thing over here. It's not the end of the world. Good times only is fitting, though. Sometimes simplicity speaks volumes. Yeah, it's actually a country artist my wife really likes. His name's Nico Moon. He is some great, like, fun. He's great vibes. Very positive, cool vibes kind of guy. Really entertaining artist live too. We went and saw him last summer. And that was his merch, and I was like, is that not frickin' perfect? I was like, I am spending $60 on that flag. I want that on my wall for streams. It's exactly the vibe I am always trying to go for, so. Good times only was just like, that had to happen. Dang it. Trap. Late night Big Brother was wild. Oh, yeah, right? Gosh dang it. This is close, but it's not. That's too close. What? There. Holy cow. Welcome in, Foster, by the way. Something that's got on my nerves recently, a building piece questioning its existence with what it's supporting. Yeah, that's definitely something that's always been a grounded thing. I would say, I don't know when that one's going away. That's been a thing for a while. It really has been a thing for a long time. Move these, maybe. Will help. It tends to get better the further the game is in development, but I've had weird things like that for a long time. It does make for some funny glitches, I will say. It can make for some very funny glitches. That's how like a lot of the floating stuff ended up working in the first game. It's just things not understanding why they should be doing something and they're not. Anyone had issues with the corner stairs glitching into random spots once you've crafted them? I have not used any of them in Grounded 2, but in the first game, that was something that was an issue. And unfortunately, I can report that it was not an issue that was ever fixed in the first game. I wish I had better news for you, but yeah. They, if it helps you, it did have a pattern. I am now stuck in my base. Can't get out. There we go. If it helps, I believe the way that they work is it was something along the lines of they flipped diagonally. If that's how the issue's working still. That was in the first game with, they don't have them, of course, but they had the mushroom corner stairs. And what would happen is if you placed it like this, it would actually place like that. Once you built it. So they would like, you'd build it and then it would flip itself. So you had to, if you wanted them placed here, you had to build it here, and then it would flip into that location. Is essentially how it worked. And then other stairs at other points in time would just rotate like that randomly. So it wasn't incredibly consistent, unfortunately. But it was, yeah, just one of those weird glitches that I think was such a niche problem that they didn't really think about it as a problem for everyone. Yeah, I've definitely run into that issue before. Okay, this will kind of work. It's a little bland, but you look at Playground's browser, have half of it is dev maps with like one thing in it. I mean, I'm sure they're probably like doing that on purpose, messing with things and with themselves, and they didn't delete them. They tend to miss little things like that, like they were making worlds to test to see if the sharing's working properly, and then because it's not live, wasn't live at least, they were, or since you can't share them, they just left them and forgot about it. It's the little things, that happens a lot. It's my miscellaneous chest. I need to put this goop. A little bit of goop. Breakfast. You'll also run into the issue still that if you place, a lot of the times it's like vertical half walls, quarter triangles, and triangles, they will, once you unload the game, they will just flip to a different orientation. But unfortunately, the game still reads them. They're only visually flipping. They're not actually flipping. So the game's reading them as if they're still in this location, but they'll be rotated like... So if you have it here, placed like that, or no, this is how it was. So if you have it like this, it'll rotate like this, or the other way, or this. But the game will still read as if it's there, so then you have to like destroy things. So sometimes you can't, it's really annoying. It won't always rotate back properly. It's one of those couple weird ones. And it's like they have a fix for it, but then every time there's a new update, it seems to like break the game again. And I can never figure out why. Something about the new, like every time the game updates, it like re-breaks things. Consider to make a YouTube tutorial with off-grid building. Yeah, I actually am in the middle of that video. Oops. I'm like 50-60% done with the video right now. I just need to record the like step-by-step process. I have the majority of the intro and the concepts laid out. I've just been trying to like organize it, but I'm hoping within the next few weeks that I can get that video out. I just haven't had a ton of time to edit recently. It's like I work on it for like 15, 20, 30 minutes a day right now, it feels like. So it's like a slow grind, but it is happening. I'm trying to make it the highest quality video. Like, I might make a YouTube short that like breaks it up, makes it really fast, and out of each one of the individual concepts, just to simplify it for people that want like really quick, easily digestible content. But I have a really high standard for how I make videos typically, so I don't want to rush the concept yet. I think a deeper explanation and understanding of the grid and grounded, the whole thing, because I'm like, I'm going into like in depth, like the grounded grid basics. I'm showing different video like fly arounds of all the different styles, like from my builds and a couple other people, because I'm collaborating with a couple other builders that are allowing me to use some of their builds. So I'm trying to show off as many ways to, because I think visually, if you're not seeing all the different things you can do with it, then you're kind of missing out on the potential of it. I think like it's really easy to explain it, but unless you see a lot of builds with it, it doesn't really show off the potential of it and kind of how it's used. So I'm trying to like show off as many different cool ideas and concepts as I can. So like that's part of the reason I'm waiting, as well as I want to show this off, because like this is something that we haven't really experimented with a ton, except now there's a bunch of people in our Discord that are starting to mess with this concept of like layering walls like this. Because I've done some larger scale stuff, but I've never really messed with off-grid in this small of a detail before. So we're all still learning about it while I'm making the video too. And like just 2 weeks ago, a guy, off-grid nomad, in our Discord came up with a new technique for building off-grid. And so it's like in a way that was like, holy cow, this is so nice. This is something we've all been wanting to do, and we didn't have a technique to do it. So I'm trying to make sure that's a really cohesive video that really shows off everything that's possible out there. When you get the time, you should make a lighting video as well. Yeah, I guess what would you, on a video like that, what kind of information would you be looking for? Just like examples of how to light better? Because there's not like the off-grid thing is like a trick more so, versus lighting is just making things look good with lighting. So like I do have in my top 10 tips video, not that I don't want to always point people to that video, but there is a section in lighting on that video that would give everyone a good rundown. It's got a lot of really good examples of good projects with lighting that I've done and that some other people in the community have done. Like Ludorav's builds he does a really good job with lighting. But if there's anything specific that you're wondering about, it helps making a video, because like a whole video on lighting, I would kind of struggle with how would I fill up that video? What are the questions that people have? I'm Cade made a Pusol map, and it's one thing, and it's yes or no, and it says, is I'm Cade the best? Is he the best YouTuber? Is he the best grounded player? Is he so handsome? Does he have 200 girlfriends? Do you wish you were him? What do you think the answer is? I mean, he is. He is the best. What's up, Felix? Welcome in. How are you not following through the middle of the stem foundations? I'm assuming that's new, because I thought the same thing. I don't know when they added that, but at some point they made it so you don't fall through. That's why I didn't use these. When you were like, you should use scaffolding, I was like, they are so annoying to use, but I don't know when they made it so you don't fall through the middle. But you don't know. How not to live in a cave. I mean, that is an important part of lighting. I'll give you that. Definitely, it does help with that concept. Lighting is definitely Like, you can make really cool builds, but without lighting, they just feel very flat and boring a lot of the times. And they can make a build feel really gross, too, at the same time. It is one of those things. They make a really big difference. Positively and negatively. Oh, no. I am now the wall gremlin. This is my home now. We live here. I guess we should probably, like, wonder if we could, like, build into this in a unique way. In the long term. Make some little, like, walkways through there or something. I don't know. For example, like, different places to hide them, how to utilize all the different versions for different things beside their intended purpose, or techniques with using different colors with different blocks. That could be interesting. Yeah, I definitely would have to think about how I would, the concepts. I'd have to look at a lot of my stuff. Because typically, I'm either doing something like this, placing a big line of lights on things. So, like, I know this is, like, it feels like a really one-off thing, but a great example of something me and Luderav have done a ton of is we use these triangles all over the place. And so everywhere we use triangles, like in this, we'll put lights on these to highlight details, is one thing. Just to, I know it's not the video yet, but to give you suggestions in lives. So if you use this... I mean, these are essentially, although this is a material that's not in the game, you very much can do this exact thing by just building your own version of it and doing exactly what I'm doing. So you put lights on it on the edge of this. That's a big one we've done. And again, the top 10 tips to build better video. I know I sound like a broken record a lot of the times. There's, in the meantime, I guess is what I'm saying, that video shows off some lighting projects that are, like, so freaking cool. It shows off chandeliers, so it could give you a huge amount of ideas in the meantime. There's also One Cap Chaps has some really good lighting. We did a tour of his base in one of the Tour Tuesday videos on my channel. He has some incredible lighting. All of Luderav's base tours on the channel do a really good job, and I know it may not explain them in depth in the concepts, but just seeing someone use lighting in interesting ways, I think, could help a lot in the meantime. I'm definitely not opposed to the idea of, like, a specific lighting video. I've kind of tried those out on the channel before. It's hard to, like, talk long enough and have enough ideas. But in the meantime, that's sort of the best place. Looking at the tours we've done and stuff can make a big difference. Spent 3 days trying to light your base so you didn't need a torch inside of your own base. Yeah. It's definitely a bit of an art, I will say. Is it? Dang it. It's really easy to overdo lighting, and it's really easy to underdo lighting. Like, it's one of those things that you can really screw it up by doing too much and lagging your base to all hell. And you can also not have enough and just throw lights on walls, and it just looks really haphazard. Frostbit. Timber's shared chat doesn't show stream streaks, so he can't see your chat. Did you do? Oh yeah, you just did that 2 minutes ago. 5 stream streak. Let's go. What's up, Frostbit? How's it going? I do get the notifications. The shared chat, yeah, I can't show those, unfortunately. But I do get those. I do always see everyone's stream streaks if they're doing it. But my annoying... my combined chat, the thing I use, doesn't show that little bit of information, unfortunately. But I do get notifications. It just doesn't show everyone else. Okay, I keep meaning to go up here. That's what I was trying to do. Need to find a good way to integrate the rest of this into this. Put up my chandelier in Discord. It lit the room finally. Nice. I am a big fan of chandeliers. They do look really good in this game. There are some really cool details you can do with them. They make a very big difference. Guess the question now is, does the roof look good with this? At some point. Is that how I want to detail it? Maybe throw a roof in like that. Tomorrow you have a 37. That is how sequential numbers work. Roof might work. Kind of a weird section to integrate into the rest of the space. I feel like we need to like detail this better too. We're passed out off his mattress, then going to his mattress and passing out. Yeah, he never makes up his mind. He's always looking for a spot that's cold. That's the hard part. How's the build going? It's going great. I know it looks a little haphazard and like a mess right now since we have scaffolding and stuff, but the layering with the off-grid stuff is really coming together. I'm really happy with how the bottom portion and stuff in this middle area is starting to look. Lots to go. Lots to go still. Do know the back of the scale roof and the back of the pine cone are almost the same, and pine cone is a lot easier. I like the look of the back of the snake better. I think the snake scale roof looks a little bit better, personally. With the color specifically of the mushroom bricks. Can you get out of here? I used a lot of the pine cone in the first game, and it's the extra dark. I really like this like rustic look, personally. I know it's cheaper, but I also have a lot of snakeskin, and that's exactly why I'm collecting it, so might as well use it. Ducky, if you've noticed anything, nothing about this build is about the easy route. Literally nothing about this build is about the easy route. Easy route. That's if I could prove anything with my content, nothing I do is because it's the easy way to do it. It's always the harder way to do it is the way I end up doing it every single time. If there's an easier way to do it, I'm not gonna like it as much, I can promise you. There's a reason I use burr floors for everything, because it's just looks better. Loving the layering. Use this stuff to make a dual layer bridge. Nothing this intricate though. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting started on it too. I think there's a lot of ideas that we can use with this layering effect that I think will look really, really cool. And we're barely touching the surface right now with how much we can do. Can't stop yawning. I have a cat, and Felix does the same but opposite. He looks for the warm spots, usually behind my space heater, then relocates on my lap. Yeah. Know that feeling. I search my bed for a cool spot at night, right? We're all just dogs at heart. Yeah, I'm really liking the like triple layer. Because these are 3 different layers deep to make this. All on a slightly different grid. There's a potential... Not actually sure how close the last layer would need, but these are this and this are actually on different grids too, because I'm bougie like that. Might cause some headaches down the road, but I'm liking how it's looking so far. Right now, it feels like it's worth it. Can't wait for Ashwall to make a return. You're telling me. That is like my all-time favorite material. It's such a good detail material. What is this new mini game? Catch the pumpkin before it hits the ground. Decided to move the layering to the floor and have a design I'm working on that will hopefully look good. Knowing you, I'm sure it's gonna look good. I'm not worried about it. But yeah, we got all sorts of weird layering going on in here. You can see there's like there's 2. Yeah, there's this layer, which is on the standard grid, then there's a pillar there, and then another pillar there to do this one. Let's see, how close was this? Did I actually need to do another layer, though? We probably could have gotten away with not another layer, but it's like just enough that I wanted these to be like on top of each other, is sort of the current goal. I wanted it to look like a more architectural facade where you don't have like gaps in between the materials. They're like layered like right on top of each other. I think visually that creates a really nice look to the whole thing. We got all sorts of weird stuff going on though. Because like this tower is gonna like tier into itself too, so that's gonna be really weird. We might have to use the sky grid design thing to start doing the top of these towers, which will be kind of interesting. I'm trying to use dang it. I'm trying to use all the different off-grid techniques in this build since I'm making a video on it at this point. Use as many weird concepts as we possibly can. Got a new chair like a year back and it's breaking already. Why are chairs made so bad? Everything's made so bad. Nothing's made well to in this day and age. Everything's made to break. If they made things well, you wouldn't have to replace them. And that affects the bottom line. Because companies can't get better at making things. The only way for companies to make more money these days is to have you buy more crap. Because like doing a better job and creating like a product and like actually marketing and selling it to more people would be more work when they could just have people have to buy another one every year. Unfortunately. Dude, these are the worst. What is this? Looks fantastic, thank you. It's really coming together, I'm happy with it. And it's only gonna get crazier as this build goes on too. And it's gonna get absolutely ridiculous the further we go. Really want them to make a window set, be it plastic or you need to make it out of sand just to do conservatories or modern builds. Dude, you're preaching to the choir here. Mitosis, you are preaching to the choir here. I would frickin' love an actual window. Even if it's not, like I was saying, we were talking about this the other night, stained glass. I don't even care if it's like, it doesn't need to be like truly transparent, but to give the idea of glass, just use candies in the oven and then you could make different colored stained glass designs. Use the same shapes that they already have in the game. Big walls, vertical, whatever. You could even have it look a little thinner so it sits inside so it looks like glass, but I don't even care if it's like necessarily fully transparent, but like a stained glass, even like frosted. I'll take what I can get at this point. I would love a candy, because then you could have like blue, red, a like frosted white, and green. And you would have like so many cool opportunities with that. And the materials in the game, it uses candy, which is I think, underutilized building material. I think candy could be something that could really, if we're not going to get dyes, because I was really convinced that mushroom was going to be like dyed or something. like you would be able to dye mushroom blocks was what I was convinced Mushroom 2.0. I see that Mushroom 2.0 just meant that they made it look more rustic and stuff, but I was convinced it was that. That was the big change to it. But if we're not getting dyes with candy, I think some type of candy window stained glass thing is like would be incredible, and it could just give us the effect. Just a little bit of the effect would be enough to make me overjoyed. They could totally make the mint containers breakable. Yeah, the mint, there's a lot of different things they could do with it. I mean, they have plastic shards of the greenhouse all over the place too, so like that's another way. Just make the plastic shards farmable. But yeah, any type of glass would be phenomenal. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to, like, I don't know, design this in a little bit more, but looking interesting. Get a Herman Miller, you pay a lot. I got mine secondhand, but it's built so well and lasts. Yeah, like my chair's fine, but it's not the most comfortable chair. That's the only thing. Thank you, Honey Jukes, for the follow. Welcome in. Indoor plants would be cool too. We're with the ponic things, we're headed in the right direction for that kind of stuff. They're a little large scale wise for what you're thinking, but I think you could start imagining that some plants could be planted with like the pumpkin sprouts. Is some interesting things. They're not quite the most aesthetically appealing plants yet, but the opportunity is coming, I think. They've opened up a lot of doors with just adding those alone. Lint is the worst. It is. It is a rough one. It takes constant farming. You really have to be on top of it. Wanted a 6-shooter with the sandbox armor. Make pebblets go through the grinder to make small pebbles you would need to shoot. Moss that grows on trees. Want that as a tile so I can have lawns. Yeah, I think if you've ever played Enshrouded, they added this tool that allows you to like add growth to things. So you can't use it on floors necessarily and make lawns, but you can add like texture, like being able to add or remove the moss on blocks would be really cool. It's such a cool addition in that game. And you can like decay blocks in that game too. It's such a good game. My build, I like to incorporate the grass into my building. Yeah, I always try to build with like the natural elements if I can. This build is a little bit different because there's just not that much to build with, but I have in my sandbox build some places where I incorporate some of those things. Like I made some like bathhouses out of the oasis in the sandbox in the first game. That looks really cool, that are like incorporated to the inside of it. Any way you can incorporate the, like the pre-built elements in the game are really fun. They make for really interesting builds in this game. Because it adds that extra detail that you like. It's like, I mean, this is in a different way. It's not natural, but by utilizing the pieces that they've put in the game, it allows you to add some really cool details that you wouldn't get anywhere else. Large jar down and stuff a bunch of lamps in them. Yeah. Ares6, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great night. Lighting creates atmosphere. It really does. You did the mushroom thing too, lighting them? Oh, yeah. That was like, I saw these and immediately thought like, oh, these, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm trying to decide if I want to light like each one a different color, or if I maybe want to do like a rainbow of colors. So like this side's a color, these two would be like purple, then red, blue, so on and so forth, green, all the way through like a rainbow almost. That would look kind of cool. but it's a little disjointed in terms of how. It may have to be like, this is a color, this is a color, this is a color, that's a color, and then it repeats to the center. That would look a little bit more interesting. Is my chat followers only? I don't think so. Shouldn't be. If it is, I can turn that off, but it shouldn't be. Overgrowth tool is fun. Yeah, it's such a good tool. Okay, but what you did here is crazy. Each crease. Trying to have fun with it. This build is going to be crazy when we're done with it. This tower is going to be like up to Tully's booty there. Yeah, the overgrowth tool and the decay tool. Yeah. But having both of those options, though, is so good. Holy cow, it's already 11. Where does the time go? I felt like the beginning of stream, the time went by really slow. And then just flew by all of a sudden. Oh no. I've fallen. Just got here, you leaving? Yeah, I usually end at 11. I gotta get up pretty early, unfortunately. But I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I know that is typically an absolutely horrible time for everyone else. But unfortunately, I am West Coast in the U.S., so that is the only time that I can make it work after my kiddo goes to sleep. Oh my gosh, we're the worst. This is why I have to end at 11. It gets bad. Ducky, no, he's not my manager. He's an avid follower, though. One of my biggest fans, I guess. Is how I could put it. Okay, let's just do this real fast. Look at, oh my gosh, I'm the worst. Okay, now well, as you can see, it's going downhill quick. 11 o'clock hit and it's like all my brain cells are gone. There's nothing left. I've been talking for 4 hours. There's nothing left in the tank. Brain cells are gone. They don't work anymore. We used everything we had building this wall, and we got nothing left anymore. I can't even do the most basics of functions anymore. Input momentum meme, exactly. Momentum. Unfortunately, I don't even have freaking dandelion tufts to do momentum anymore. I just fall to my death. I can't even make it funny at this point. Don't worry, I try to build with an ADHD brain. Oh, honey, I have ADHD. Don't worry. Welcome to the club. This is ADHD building at its finest. This is ADHD building with an architectural background. So I have the skills, but not the attention spans. We just jump around like morons half the time. And we end up eventually building really cool things because of my obsessive compulsive desires and brain tendencies. But we jump around a lot at the same time. Working on many things, yes. Yeah, my brain goes, ooh, we could work on that. And then I like, ooh, there's an idea for this. And then I want to go work on that piece. And then we're going to work on over some things over here. And chaos at its finest. And then there's a dog in the background to distract us and pull us off track again, too. I don't have a little timber-only cam. I have an only me cam. I got this cam. No one wants that. Took you ages to make sure this build was perfectly central. Don't even start with me, mitosis. Ages is an understatement. We sat here for like 30, 40 minutes just lining the first piece up. Like, I'm not, no joke. I think we placed the first piece like right here. I think this is where the first one was. And we very quickly figured out that the bolt here does not line up with the center of this because whoever made this block doesn't have OCD. And it's a problem. So I placed it, started building, and then realized that we had to line it up with the top, this fin instead. So then we had to move it like 400 more times after the first 30 or 40 minutes. And yeah, it was a process. And people don't mind you watching you do that. I was afraid to stream for that reason. I think people enjoy the precision. I'm in the beginning of a build. Not everyone enjoys the beginning of my mega builds. Honey, just I hope you go back and watch some of the first streams of Grounded 2 that we did, where I started building my first mega base. We have a mega build here that we were working on, where very similar to how we're doing some off-grid designs here. With some of these things, I made my own custom walls that matched the angles of the lamppost, and we spent 4 hours placing the first blocks. Like, not even, no joke, 4 straight. It was maybe it was like 8 hours. The first, it was like 2 straight streams of just picking up scaffolding, setting it down, rotating it 1 millimeter, drawing out the wall, didn't line up, erase it, start again, do it, get it placed perfect, accidentally break it, have to start the whole process over. It was ridiculous. I know, I keep saying honey, and I'm like, God, it sounds like I'm saying, like, calling someone honey. They call you Jukes. I keep thinking that when I say it too. But, oh yeah, it was a process. The beginning of these builds, but it shows off, like, the persistence to perfection is something that it works really well in the long run. And that's what it takes at the end of the day. A dog cam for when you step away from your desk would be fancy. It would be, I could do it. It's not hard. The issue is the camera. The dog camera is not very high quality. So doing full screen, it just kind of looks kind of crappy. But it wouldn't be a bad idea. It'd be a good be right back camera that I could add. It's not a bad idea. It would keep people engaged longer. For sure. Easy enough. Oops. I can get that added. We don't care? Yeah, I can add it. It's fine. I think you have to find the building community in each game. There is one for every game out there. Oh, for sure. It definitely does. I was present. Yeah, Travis, you know. No one in Obsidian is that OCD, right? I know. They need a dev with OCD. The stem floors have no consistency. Floor tiles are 7 wide, half or 3 wide. I actually reached out to Eric on a couple things, because like in the first game, that's part. I think part of the difference is in the first game, the building materials were not the focus, so I can't really say like the precision on that was something. But like when you chop down burrs, they all fell into one central location. Like you could chop down 450 burrs and all of them would pool in like 3 areas. And right now they just are like, they fall anywhere and everywhere. And so I very much think that Eidos is very new to Grounded, and they are bringing a lot of really cool enthusiasm to the game. But there is also a slight level of detail because the focus right now is pushing out content updates and adding really new, interesting ideas. But there is a level of detail that has been lost compared to the first game. Because the scale of this game is just exponentially larger compared to the first game. So, and it's early access, so it's like I'm not expecting perfection, but moving forward, I hope there's a little bit more attention to detail on some of the things. I expect the issues, though. As much as it feels like a perfect polished game in many ways, like in terms of how well the game like looks and how much is in it already for essentially one major update. Axel doesn't really count. Playgrounds doesn't really count. They've had one major content update. It's because the first game was made so well that they've had a lot of stuff to pull from, and now they're like pushing big crazy things and breaking a lot of stuff. So Yeah, the clay didn't do that in the first game. I don't. It's rocks, clay, lint. It's everything does the explosions, and they know about that one. I don't know why it's not quite fixed yet, but who knows? They're coming in summer update. What is? Yeah, lots of things fall under the floor and stuff too. Yeah, they are like claymores for sure. All right, it's 11:10 and I can no longer play the game without killing myself. So, I can't jump. I can't do anything anymore. I got to call it. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. Thank you. We will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, as I said. Also, we will be doing tours on Friday this week, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time as well. So if you are new to the channel and you want to see some community-based tours, make sure to check us out on Friday night. We should be showing off some really, really cool builds on that. We show them off normally on Tour Tuesdays, but I couldn't make that happen this week. So also make sure, if you're new to the channel, join the Discord if you like posting pictures of your bases and stuff. We have a great build community in that Discord. A lot of really cool, awesome builders in there chatting. So if you have questions, ideas you want help with, there's some really creative, cool people in there to chat with and hang out with. But other than that, appreciate everyone hanging out. Ducky, I'll get the dog cam made after stream, but it's a pain to make right now. I got to do it in my peace of mind and figure out what I'm doing. But have a great night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you tomorrow. Peace.